into open session at 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
CJ Johnson, present.
Jesus Holguin, present.
Susan Smith, present.
Eden, present.
Marcia Locke, present.
Martin Rex Kidzior, present.
Robert Verdi, present.
Susanna Lopez, present.
Maribel Maddox, present.
Okay, tonight the board met in closed session to discuss student discipline cases, public employee employment appointment, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and non-relax, conference with labor negotiator, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. At this time, there's nothing to report out of closed session. Moving now to E1, Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we have the Pledge of Allegiance and inspiration will be led by Pedro Vergazo, 6th grade student at Mountain View Middle School.
Understand?
Understand?
I'm getting to share the screen.
Okay.
I'll go on that screen too, Claudia.
Christian, you didn't turn on the screen?
Was.
I don't hear Pedro.
Hi, my name is Pedro Fregoso, and I'll be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Very, very nice job. Okay, moving to next. Very good job. Now we're moving to dates of future board meetings. The next board meetings were September 22nd, closed session 4 p.m., open session 6. It's a regular meeting. October 13th, closed session 4 p.m., open session 6 p.m., regular meeting. October 27th, closed session 4 p.m., open session 6 p.m., regular meeting. November 10th, closed session 4 p.m., open session 6 p.m., regular meeting. Then on December 15th, closed session 4 p.m., open session 6 p.m., and that will be an organizational and regular meeting. Now we're going to move to E3. Dr. Moreno Ketzior will provide the superintendent's district updates and informational reports. Dr. Ketzior.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Locke. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have some new headphones, so they don't sound the same as what I've been used to, but you know, I'm just adjusting here. So thank you. So they're going to put up the. Can everybody see the there it is. Okay. So we're going to move to the next slide. I want to just remind everyone that our mission statement is very important, because one of the things we're working on right now at every one of our high schools is making sure our graduation data and our A through G data is correct. And so they're correcting that in CalPads. And one of the things that does is look at our accuracy of our data to make sure that every student is counted, and every student who has graduated is counted, and every student who's completed an A through G course path, that's counted. And we'll get that information in November. But right now we have preliminary data that we can't share, but because it's embargoed. But right now, I just want you to know we continue to work on successfully preparing students for higher education and a viable career path. And then tonight, I'm going to talk about our 11 commitments, and you can go to the next slide. Are they going to put that up on that screen there? Okay. And so in our 11 commitments, I received lots of different accolades on different people and employees, but I also receive it on students. And as we visit schools and look at teachers teaching on Zoom, and see parents helping students, this student, Journey Jacobs, is a 4th grade student at Cloverdale Elementary. And her mother and I worked together with Carol Boyne-Held, the director of elementary education, to make sure that Journey was in the right class with the right tools for a very effective start of a school year. And so she wanted us to see how happy she is in distance learning. And Journey, thank you for sending that to us. And Claudia, she'll be getting a certificate, right? Okay, thank you. And each of these people that we recognize will receive a certificate. I don't know if you remember, but we all dressed up like, it seems like it was years ago, but it was just August the 12th, or was it 13th? Does anybody remember what the first day of school was? The 12th, okay, thank you. And that was a Wednesday. And this was Brendan Ryan, he was Woody, and he's a community partner, but he doesn't live in Moreno Valley. He's one of our community partners that comes from Orange County and came all the way out here and dressed up and gave out things to students at Edgemont Elementary. And we know that it takes a village to raise a child and take ownership of the goals of our school community. And so we appreciate that he does that, but many people do that, and we just like to recognize him. And then the next one is from Sugar Hill Elementary School. And Mrs. Green sent me this, and it's act in a professional and authentic manner. And Mrs. Green received an email from a parent of 2 students at Sugar Hill and one of a graduate who attends Vista Heights Middle School. And the parent says that she spoke recently about her frustrations with the whole online process. And she was directed on how to help find online classes for Google Classroom and whatnot. And that she attended this past weekend. It's been more than helpful to get us up to speed. There have been a few other hurdles that we're working on, but she said the main reason I'm emailing you is to let you know what an awesome team you have in your front office. I probably called there a few times this week, and I'm sure they know my name by now. Anyway, I had issues with the parent portal because everything in my son's info was set to Spanish, and I was not listed as a primary parent. Although I was for my daughter, the district was unable to help me and kept referring me back to Sugar Hill. Well, between Ann and Letitia, they took the initiative and contacted the district to figure out how to fix the issue. Realizing they had already had my kid's birth certificate and me having volunteered at the school, the district should have already had all the information, especially since they did the background checks on me for volunteering. Letitia and Ann both worked hard and were able to update my son Ethan's status so that the IT department could finally add my own kids to my parent account. I just want to acknowledge them for their hard work and persistence in resolving not only my issues, but I can only imagine how many problems they're dealing with from other parents on a daily basis. You have an awesome team, Mrs. Green, and I'm sure you know that already, but it is always good to see and hear from others. Please extend a big thank you from me to them, and feel free to share this email with them. Thank you all so much for making the difficult transition for us parents. And so we would like to thank Flora Martinez, Letitia Guzman, and Ann Montez, the Sugar Hill office staff, for going above and beyond and helping our parents during this very difficult time. And they're each receiving a certificate, right, Claudia? Thank you. And then here at the district office, people send me compliments on people. And one of the people that works in business services is Jennifer Miller. She's the director of budget and finance. And it says, are personally and collectively responsible for actions and outcomes. Take pride in your accomplishments and learn from your failures. Jennifer Miller works tirelessly. She has 3 children in our district, but she takes it very personally, and she works tirelessly to find things that will benefit our district and to look at ways to save money, that things that should be taken care of. And she does so in a way without catching much attention, but I have heard them, and Ms. Lopez brings them to my attention, and I look over things too. So I really appreciate when someone takes pride in that and really wants to help our district. So I want to thank Jennifer Miller personally, and her family, and I know the board does too, because she finds things that really are to our benefit to help us do better. So thank you, Jennifer Miller. And so this year, we were notified that 3 district students have been selected to exhibit their award-winning projects at the Riverside County Science Fair. And we're very proud that we have 3 students who were chosen in this virtual event. Anthony Sadeh, he's a 7th grader at Mountain View Middle School. Ava Rodriguez, who was an 8th grader at Vista Heights Middle School. And Nathaniel Sloop, who is a 5th grader at Ridgecrest Elementary School. And they'll be presenting their projects on Saturday, September 26, 2020. And it'll be from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and it's a virtual conference. So I just want to say how proud we are of them and how they've represented Moreno Valley so well in our quest to have more students involved in Science Fair, but to actually have 3 students chosen to do this is quite something. And then our Moreno Valley Education Foundation has a STAR Award, and they started this for students and teachers achievement recognition. They win a $25 gift card for shining bright during distance learning. They can demonstrate improvement with attendance and participation, demonstrate improvement in engagement and assignments. The teacher will submit the student names, and 1 student from each school will be selected per week. 1 student from every school. So they're working on securing more funding for this, and I'm helping them. And we're very proud to begin this program. Toby Boucher is the president of the Moreno Valley Education Foundation. And I'm just very encouraged that they're always trying to find ways to help our students and incentivize and make them feel valued and supported. One of the things I've been working with, I've sent this out, is done a portrait of a graduate. As you know, our strategic plan and our LCAP is revised annually, but our strategic plan was begun in 2014. And in 2020, we promised our community and our stakeholders that we'd revise it. We did a lot of work last year, and these are the steps that we took in meeting those outcomes. And many of you were involved in this. So now what we're doing is surveying every stakeholder group. We sent this to the board. We've sent this to everyone to have input and ownership of this, because one of the things we know is when we do this process, we're going to take the very best of what everyone's come up with. So what our students, we have a student LCAP group, a student local control accountability plan group, an advisory team. And last year, they developed the portrait of a graduate, the characteristics and qualities that they think are important for MVUSD students to have when they graduate from high school. And so one of them being adaptability, and I want you to know right now, everyone is getting a course in adaptability, the capacity to be modified for a new use or purpose. Collaboration, and that's also another one that everyone gets to work on right now, the action of working with someone to produce or create something. Communication, the successful conveying or sharing of ideas and feelings. Critical thinking, the objective analysis and evaluation of an issue in order to form a judgment. Creativity, the use or the imagination or original ideas, especially in the production of an artistic work. And perseverance in doing something despite difficulty or delay in achieving success. So in 2014, when we developed our original strategic plan and our mission statement, things were different in the district than they are today. And so one of the things we've improved in our graduation rate, we've improved in our A through G completion rate, and we've improved in our AP passing rate. So now we want to look at the whole system, and we want to work TK, transitional kindergarten through 12th grade, or even preschool, and build these skills into our students. So when they graduate, we promise our community that our students will have these abilities. So in the goals for the portrait of a graduate on the next slide, and these are our current goals. We have 4 goals and 13 outcomes that we work on. And these are tied to principal evaluations, but tied to outcomes within the district to measure how we're meeting our, what we say we're doing, we are doing. So the next, thank you for bringing that up. So these are proposed in the last LCAP and the last strategic plan. We had 4 goals. What's being proposed are these 5 goals. Ensure equitable opportunities for every student. Number 2, provide a safe, welcoming, respectful, and rigorous learning environment for every member of the school community. Number 3, promote academic growth for every student. Number 4, establish college and career readiness for every student. And number 5, support effective communication throughout the district. And so we're trying to demonstrate through this process that we want everyone's input, because we do. And that's why we're doing this. And so on the next page, you'll see the mission and vision statements. And then we have what the current mission is. And then when we did this the last time, we only had a mission statement. We didn't have a vision statement. But this time we want to have a mission and a vision statement. And so we want to know what words should the mission statement include and what words should the vision statement include. So there is a place on your emails that you get, all the community, and every communication I send out right now, there's a place for you to access this and add those things. It's in English and Spanish, and we want you to submit those by September 18th, 2020. So I'm really encouraging participation in that. And then I want you to know that September the 1st was when we started community input. That's on the next slide. And on September 18th is when we're going to have final MVUSD staff input. And then on September 28th, we're going to present this to our council of committee that we have in the district that has classified, certificated, and management team on it. And then we want to, these are all tentative, but on October 27th, review a draft with the Board of Education. And then on November the 10th, hopefully after sharing this with the board, obtain final approval, because we're a little behind in this. We wanted to start the school year with it, but because of COVID and the pandemic, we got some other things got in the way. But one of the things that I don't want to do, and we don't want to do, is lose the work that has been done. And so we're trying to do this virtually and keep the momentum up. But we put this out there so that it's in every email, it's in every document that we send out. And we talked to the principals about this. It's been taken to DLAC. It's going to be shared with APAC and CAC and every parent group to try to get as much input and ownership of what we're doing as possible. So thank you all for participating in that. One of the things that our district supplies to all of our families is Shmoop. And I hope families on their computer, on their Chromebook, it's already loaded on there. You go into Clever and you have access to so many courses and materials. Before we implemented this, we did not have some of the outcomes that we have in our district. And I want you to know that at Valley View High School, I'm going to share 3 different high schools, or maybe all 4 of them. Valley View had a 57% growth in the number of students who completed AP exams since onboarding Shmoop in 2014, and an 85% increase in students who scored a 5 on an AP exam between 2016 and 2018, and a 66% increase in students who scored a 4 or higher on an AP exam since onboarding Shmoop. So as you might be aware, we became one of the AP Advanced Placement Districts of the Year by the College Board. And one of the reasons we did is because of the support that we give students. So I want to encourage families, because it isn't just for advanced placement. There's courses on there that can help you with any type of learning, grades 3 through 12. And it's a very comprehensive, there's all kinds of different tools on there, and every parent ambassador in our district is trained in it and can help you with this. The next slide talks about Moreno Valley High School, and you'll see since students have taken this or are participating in this, they have grown. Now, I want to let you all in a little secret. This is what some parents buy for children in other places. Moreno Valley provides this for students to provide equity so that every student can pass or do better on an exam. So this is an opportunity, and I want you to know it's just provided amazing results when students use it and it's put out there. This is at Lago High School. You'll see that they had a 12% increase in students scoring a 3 or above on their AP exam since onboarding Shmoop, and a 38% increase in the number of students taking AP exams. One of the things we know is that students sometimes not because of the cost, because Moreno Valley pays for every student to take the AP exam if they want to. We even have students who take the exam who haven't taken a course here, but they have an expertise in an area and they pass those exams. And, you know, we know that when students are doing this, that they can do better just because they participate in this. So when you don't think there's enough to do, parents and families and teachers, get kids on Shmoop and give them this opportunity, encourage them. So that completes this on Shmoop. Now I want you to know the first day of school was on August the 12th. And if you look around, you see a lot of people that were dressed up in different costumes. There's Dr. Locke with me at Sunnymead Elementary. It was really hot there. There's Susan Smith. There's Jesus Holguin. I think that's him. Is that, I'm trying to see, is Daryl Peden was dressed up too. Is he on there? Oh, they had a picture of him at Sugar Hill. Were you SpongeBob again, Daryl Peden?
No, unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it the first day of school. I think I got sick or something like that, or I was running a fever. I can't remember.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you were there.
Oh, no worries.
Okay. And then CJ, is he on there? Okay, he wasn't there either. Okay. Well, I just didn't want to miss anybody, but the cabinet was all dressed up, and there were people dressed up all over the district at Grab and Go. And I want y'all to know it was a really hot day, and that Captain America costume wanted to stay on me, but I eventually got it off of me. So thank you all for participating in that. Our visual and performing arts program has made huge strides the last 5 years. And I want you to know that these two students, Lane Swasses and Shayna Ashley, who are 9th graders now at Valley View and Canyon Springs High School, last year made the Southern California Honor Band. 2 students for the straight 4th year. The performance capped off an educational weekend at the annual fall conference in Anaheim. And this is an annual report on LCAP effectiveness that we do, that Greg Solomon shares with the district. And every program through Educational Services does program effectiveness for the programs we have in LCAP. And so that's why we share these outcomes, because these things weren't happening 5 years ago. And we're very proud of these students and proud of them they compete. I want you to know that Canyon Springs High School participated in the world's largest kindness event. This is Michelle Gomez, who you know about, this is Tamara Kerr, the principal. And they really benefited because there's people all over the world participating in this. And this is done virtually, and it was done on August 15th on a Saturday. So we're very proud of them for participating in that, and they got recognized for that. This next one is from La Jolla Elementary School, and Courtney Kane is the professional development specialist there under the direction of Dr. Buster, and Dr. Mashuri is the principal. She wrote a $5,000 grant, which is the Innovation Technology Lab Challenge that was done by PWC Charitable Foundation. They had hundreds of applications, and this was done over Donors Choose, and she submitted one for La Jolla Elementary School. And I want you to look at the next slide and look at what they got because she did that. They got 3 Makey kits. Those are Makerspace. They got 9 Lego We-Dos and 6 Tello EDU drones. Now, these are all things that students like, and it helps stimulate their abilities in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And I just want to thank her for taking the time to do that and providing this for La Jolla Elementary School. And then Moreno Valley, Dr. Esperanza Arce is the Director of Secondary Education, and we belong to an organization called Growing Inland Achievement. This is through a partnership of Riverside County Office of Education, and MVUSD was awarded 2 grants that we participate in: Magnify the Middle, which is done to increase college awareness in middle school, A through G on-track scheduling, where we do analysis of A through G in middle school, where they do a transcript analysis and prepare students for high school. The second one is a California Student Opportunity and Access Program. This is a $1.5 million grant. And it's for college and career pathways, first-generation student equity, access to higher education, and enter and succeed in higher education and college and career readiness with the California Student Aid Commission. Now, we partner with 4 other districts in this grant, and this is something that Dr. White started when she came to the district, and we have continued, and we continue to be part of this. And we're very proud of what's happening through these results and through these endeavors, because students are doing better. And we're just proud to be part of that. So thank you for being in that. You know, and then in nutrition services, Carla Leiter and her team, they were awarded a $10,000 grant, and this is to feed our community. And there was so much, I want y'all to know there were so many applications for this, and we were one of the ones that got awarded. So thank you for, and I think it's so great when people try and get these things, so it's wonderful. And then, I don't know if you know, every year our schools have PBIS, positive behavior intervention systems. And last year, because of COVID, they did a different kind of recognition. But CPC, this is through the California Department of Education, recognized 18 Moreno Valley Unified Schools, but they also recognized community partners within our district. There's a Cal State School of Nursing that provides volunteers at all of our grab and go sites. Moreno Valley Pop Warner League, Powerhouse Ministries, Riverside University Health System Medical Center, Seroptimus Club, Towngate PTO, and Victory Outreach Church. And these organizations were honored because they were written into school applications, how they have supported the development of PBIS throughout the district. And then we had 10 elementary schools who were honored: Armada, Edgemont, Honey Hollow, Midland, Northridge, Ramona, Serrano, Sunny Meadows, Sugar Hill, and Towngate. And we have 23 elementary schools, so that was wonderful. Some schools did not get the chance to complete the application because it was due right before the schools closed down in March. We had 2 middle schools honored, Mountain View and Sunnymead Middle. And then we had 6 high schools, Canyon Springs, March Valley, March Mountain, Bayside, Moreno Valley, and Vista del Lago. We're very proud of our schools and their work in this area and being recognized by the state. Now, I just want you to see this. This, if you drive by Valley View High School, isn't this beautiful? And this is Measure M. And I want you to know their gym is now air conditioned and heated. And so is Moreno Valley High Schools, and Canyon Springs will be too. And one of our goals was to provide equity in our schools throughout the district and to look to see how we could upgrade schools when we didn't build high school number 5. And as you drive by Valley View High School, I mean, everyone, just the parking lot is really attractive to people. So you'll get to see that soon, I hope, on the inside. Then I want you to know that there was a staff appreciation luncheon. I've never had this happen in my life, in education, but 2 students at Hidden Springs Elementary School, they're in the 4th grade, they're Suki Grajeda and Emma DeGruder. Their parents came with them, and they sponsored lunch for the entire district office because of how they were treated when they had an issue. And they were so taken aback by just how Peter Whitmore in Technology, Innovation, and Assessment went out of their way to help the families with technology. And then they bought the whole district office lunch. I mean, it's just amazing. And then I want you to know that we continue to monitor technology support, parent trainings, and school schedules. And I just want to remind the public that we have after-hours tech support. There's a help desk it's not open from 4:30 to 7. It's open from 8:30 to 7 p.m. every day. And that's not correct, the hours on there. Just so y'all know, that's the after-hours support. I know some people get confused and they think it's just 4:30 to 7, but that's the after-hours because the district office closes at 4:30, but it's from 8:30 to 7 every day. And then you can call that number and get help, 951-571-7676. And then Chromebooks are exchanged here every day from 8:30 to 7 p.m. The after hours are 4:30 to 7 p.m. And that's Monday through Friday. So I want you to know that if we see a need for additional times, we will add it, but we're monitoring it. And we appreciate the people who call and the people who come in. We also appreciate the people that are here helping everyone. Thank you. And then I want you to watch this because this shows you a class in distance learning at Fountain View Middle School in PE. And I just wanted you to see an example of a really creative teacher and all the kids participating in PE, because you might wonder, how do they do that?
You want to go slow. So you're going to come down to your elbows and back up. All right? So everyone in the push-up position. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Walk your hands up with your face. Even with your face. Ready? Down. Up. 1. Down. Up. 2. If it's too hard, you can go down to your knees now. But make sure your midsection is dipping down low so you actually have pressure. Down. Up. 3. Down. Up. 4. Down. Up. 5. Down. Up. 6. Down. Up. 7. Down. Up. 8. Down. Up. 9. Down. Up. 10. All right, good job.
Now, you can't see all the students because when you do a Zoom, everybody's not present, or not visible to you on the screen, but the teacher has about no more than 55 or 60 students in a PE class. But I wanted you to see, didn't you see all those kids participating and doing that? I just think that's incredible. And then, how the teachers are doing this through distance learning, because a lot of people say, how do they do that? And then when you see that, it can be done. One of the things that's happening in our district is professional development. From July 27th through August 28th, there were 5,040 hours in 24 days since July 27th. That's an increase of 1,119 hours in just 1 week. The trainings offered were Screencastify, Google, Classroom, and Zoom. And the trainings are offered to classified staff and parents and teachers. So parents, I want to say to you, if you need more of these trainings, some of you told us they were full when you signed up. We will be glad to offer more. You just need to let us know, and we'd be glad to do that. You can let public information know at MVUSD.net, and they'll be glad to make sure that gets to the right person. I want to thank Dr. Buster and the Director of Professional Development and Digital Learning and her professional development specialist who make this happen. And just the training here has been outstanding, and we get better and better every week, so thank you. And then the board a few years ago asked that we develop a program to create leaders within our district. And so every year we provide administrative leadership so that if people want to go into administration or if they just want to learn about leadership, they have someplace to go within the district. It is free. They have to go on their own time, but it is offered, and every date is up there, and this is given to them to sign up. And every year we have students, participants who come on to be leaders within our district, or they may just want to be a leader in their school. It's open to anyone who'd like to attend. And so it starts on October 15th in Finding Your Purpose, and I'll be leading that. And Dr. Locke will be coming with me as the board president. She doesn't know it yet, but she's gonna come with me. And then I just want you to see our principals are always assessing the level of comfort with distance learning what teachers need. And so Mrs. Kerr did a survey at her school, and 17 said, I've got this, 39 said, I'm on my way, and 5 are feeling uncomfortable, and 8 said they're struggling. That was on August 21st. And so they provide phone support, common issues, weekly optional staff meetings every Friday. She has a staff meeting for 15 minutes to target and just work on things that people may need. But they also have on-campus, on-the-spot support where they walk around and troubleshoot so that they can help people feel more comfortable. But that was August 21st. So I'm sure if we did it today, we'd have different results because people get better every day. And then I want you to know that we continue to look at, we hired an energy specialist here tonight, and thank you to the board for the reorganization of that department. But since the program began, Moreno Valley Unified School District has reduced their raw energy reusage for electricity by 17%, or is that 70 million kBTUs, kilowatts, kilobytes? And so that's quite something. And the energy saved would be enough to run all high schools in the district for 1 year, run 60% of the middle schools for 1 year, and run all elementary schools for 2 years. So today I was passing out energy awards as I visited schools. Some got them in 2017, 2018, and 2019. And that's part of our culture to save energy. So when you look at the next page on the energy savings, you can see that every year it's grown, and which considers the impact of weather, rates, efficiency projects, have generated over $6,875,000 in savings since July 2014. So that's quite a change in the culture here, and really adds to what we're able to do because people are being more efficient and effective in energy conservation. And then I want you to know that Hearts United is a team of people that we have begun in the district to show young people how much we care about them. And to help welcome families during grab and go lunch, they have Hearts United volunteers at school sites, where they hold up signs and welcome people, and are just out there to show people they care about them. If they need someone to talk to, that they're available, that they're greeters, and we're very proud of their continued participation. But we're even more proud of our nutrition services team, who has been out there every day. And as you know, in the next slide, it's hot out there, and they're out there every day under these awnings. But they've served 1,934,000 meals since the school closures, almost 2 million meals. And beginning September 1st, we will no longer be serving grab and go. That we don't have it at Alessandro Bayside, Canyon Springs, Rainbow Springs, Serrano, and March Mountain and March Valley, but we do serve it at every other school. And I just want all the families to know that you're no longer required to provide the name and school of each child to pick up meals. Every child up to age 18 is eligible to receive free meals Monday through Friday, and that's until December. And isn't that right, Susanna? It'll start Monday, yes, but it's until December, until we go on break. And everybody looks at me when I say something now. So I want to make sure I say the right thing. I do want you to know that we have sent out to parents in high school that we do need you to fill out the application still, because that's something that we need for documentation. And so people will be calling your homes and trying to get that information from you. The parent ambassadors are helping with this. But I just want to thank our nutrition services for being out there every day. It's amazing, and our transportation is helping them, and all of our principals and administrators that go out there, and our custodians. People gather out there every day to greet and meet our children, and to make them feel welcomed and loved. Our African American Advisory Council is having their first meeting next Tuesday via Zoom. It's going to be from 6 p.m. to approximately 8 p.m. And they have a guest speaker, and they also have they're going to be talking about the portrait of a graduate. That'll be on their agenda. And then if you haven't been to a 2020-21 virtual back to school night, they're scheduled. These are on the website, and they're very well done. They've become more creative as they do them. And you attend virtually, and you can visit classrooms, and they're just really, I'm very proud of what the principals and the teachers and the classified staff at each school have done to make these so engaging. And then this month is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we're celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and it's September 15th through October 15th. And this is an important time for you to share with your families, and for us as a district to share the contributions of our Hispanic community and what they have provided to our district and to our community and our world. Ellen Ochoa is a NASA astronaut selected as an astronaut candidate in 1990 and flew on NASA space missions in 1993, 94, 99, and 2002. We just want to make sure that we congratulate our Hispanic leaders and our Hispanic supporters in our community, our Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, for what they provide to our school community. And thank you. Thank you, Dr. Locke.
Thank you, Dr. Katsura, for such a wonderful update. Okay, now we're going to move to item E4A, resolution number 2020-21-15, Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-15 in observation of Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2020?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Holguin, will you present this resolution, please?
Yes, Dr. Locke, I'll be happy to do so. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And this evening, we are going to adopt this resolution, and we're going to ask Dr. Esperanza Arce, Director of Secondary Education, to accept this resolution. And this resolution is to recognize September 15 through October 15, as Dr. Katsura just mentioned, 2020 as Hispanic Heritage Month. And it is important to recognize the dates, September 15 through October 15, and that's the time that we can celebrate histories, cultures, contributions of the Hispanic community. The observation of this Hispanic Heritage Week initially was back in 1968, the first time under President Lyndon Johnson, and then it was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15, ending on October 15. And then it was enacted into law in 1988. Now, the importance of September 15 is very significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries such as Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And then September 16 is the independence celebration in Mexico, and September 18 in Chile. So the ending October 15 includes also Columbus Day, or known as Dia de la Raza, which is October 12. So that is included within the 30-day period. So it is important to recognize also that here in the Moreno Valley Unified School District, more than 72% of students are identified as Hispanic. The state of California is home to more than 3 million students of Hispanic descent. So this board and this district recognizes the impact Hispanic culture has had on our state's customs and traditions, and the important contributions Hispanic Americans have made in our society, especially within our community. Therefore, and I am very proud and very happy and thankful to my colleagues, the Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education is happy to approve this resolution recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. And we encourage the schools to utilize adapted curricular materials and other activities that promote a greater understanding of and appreciation for the contribution of Hispanic culture throughout the state of California and the nation. Thank you so much, Dr. Locke. It's an honor to present this resolution.
Dr. Locke, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Holguin. It's my understanding we have a comment from Ms. Arce accepting the resolution.
Yes, ma'am, I do have a comment from Dr. Arce. She says, "It is with great honor and I accept this resolution. I am pleased to see the focus and attention our amazing Board of Education gives to equity and diversity. Our Hispanic and Latino students, just like other students of diverse backgrounds, have contributed so much to the success of this great district. It moves me to see the love of our board, our superintendent, Dr. Katsura, our administrators, teachers, staff, and community have for all of our students. To celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month during these difficult times is a testament that no matter what the challenges and adversities our students face, we want to tell you that we see you. We know you are hurting. We know you and miss you. You miss us and we miss you. Therefore, we want to thank our school principals, teachers, and staff for creating opportunities for our Hispanic students to showcase their heritage in a virtual way. Normally, we would see lunch activities, evening events, cultural displays, and more. Well, this time, it would only be a little different, but the celebrations will still be rich and loud because Moreno Valley Unified School District students, we love you. Focus forward and shine brighter because you are excellent on purpose. Thank you.
Very, very nice. Thank you, Ms. Arce. Okay, now we're going to move to item E4B. So 2020-21-16, September as Attendance Awareness Month. Do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-16 in observation of September as Attendance Awareness Month? Motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve September as Attendance Awareness Month.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
Sorry.
Okay,
I'll
roll
second.
call. Okay, roll call.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Pete, will you present this resolution?
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Again, this month, September, is the Attendance Awareness Month. Receiving this resolution will be here with us today is Amanda Denniston, Coordinator of the Child Welfare and Attendance, as well as Dr. Lynn Sheffield, Director of Student Services. But I believe Amanda Denniston, she will be here today to accept this resolution. Thank you for being here with us. The link between attendance and student achievement has been well documented, and our district is committed to dedicating resources to reduce chronic absenteeism. Attendance gaps become achievement gaps, and the impacts of chronic absenteeism hits low-income students and children of color particularly hard, even furthering the achievement gap. During virtual learning, we can reach out more frequently to absent students to determine why they are struggling to attend and what ways we can help. Chronic absenteeism can be reduced when schools, families, and communities work together to promote good attendance and address hurdles that keep children from schools. Therefore, the Board of Education of Moreno Valley Unified School District recognizes September 2020 as Attendance Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Ms. Dennison, do you have a few comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you. On behalf of Student Services, specifically Child Welfare and Attendance Department, I wanted to say thank you to the board and cabinet for recognizing and engaging the attendance, not just in September, but all year. With your continued support, the site and district attendance teams really greatly appreciate everything that you all do as they continue to dive in and support our families by breaking down barriers to attendance. The sites have been working diligently with our families and having families meet them outside and making sure they know how to log in. And our attendance team goes into the business department with Amina Aldridge and Susanna Lopez. Thank you very much for all your support, as well as technology with Sandy Shamas. Again, thank you for your support, Sandy. More importantly, our families, our parents that are at home right now, working hard and being the driving force behind the success of their students is just tremendous, and we couldn't be more grateful for them. I'd also like to say thank you to our attendance specialists, Frank Hernandez, Gloria Cuevas, Carla Sutton, our district social worker, Mary Cardenas, for all their hard work in connecting our students and families to resources that we provide, as well as community resources, as well as my secretary, Leanne Goldrich, who really helps with our home hospital and attendance through that way. This year, we also have a new team member with Moreno Valley Education Foundation, Toby Boucher, the STAR program, which stands for Student and Teacher Achievement Recognition. Students have the opportunity to earn a $25 gift card for improving attendance and engagement through distance learning. This means students, if you are struggling now a little bit, but reaching out, working with your teachers and your schools, and you show improvement in attendance and your assignments, you have the possibility of earning a $25 gift card. So I want to say thank you again for the resolution and your continued support for our families, students, and staff of Moreno Valley Unified.
Thank you, Mrs. Dennison. Okay, moving now to item E5, staff responses to public comments made at previous meetings. Dr. Katsura, do you have staff responses?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. I do have some. These have all been followed up on since the last board meeting, but I do want the public to know, there were some questions asked, and one of them was about the platforms that we use in our district. And per our MOU and MVA teachers, teachers may use Zoom, Screencastify, Q Communication, Google Classroom, and Seesaw, which is Rainbow Springs preschool only. And then we had other community members that called in and spoke on worries of not knowing the curriculum for the following school year. And we hope that community members have received the information. Schools are providing assistance to teachers and students. The district sends an email, text, and call to parents and staff twice a week. Teachers hold office hours for students, and parents, and schools are open to parents during regular school hours. And if the parent calls the school, the school hours are 7:30 to 4:30 as they regularly are, and the principal, assistant principal, and the office staff are there. I do school visits every day of the week, and I've had some board members with me, and I just want you to know that there's a cast of people there to help answer and support you. So another thing was about the amount of instructional time, and they talked to us about Colton District as an example. And our teachers are expected to provide the required amount of instructional minutes for students, as well as hold office hours to help students who need it. There was a Senate bill that was passed this year for distance learning, which is SB 98. And every district is required to have a minimum amount of minutes that are guaranteed in there. And other teachers within our district may do more depending upon what their comfort level is or what they've arranged. But everyone has a minimum. And so when people compare other districts, it could be a classroom or another school, but teachers are all required in every district to do the minimum requirements of SB 98. And there was also a comment about stable Wi-Fi and internet connection. We are constantly working on internet, and we'll provide options for students. We provided hotspots through a partnership with Sigma Beta Xi. The district provides the hotspots, and Sigma Beta Xi is the location where they are passed out. The reason why we passed them out there is because they also have internet information that's low cost to families, and we didn't want families to have to go to two places to get things. Sometimes they are able to help facilitate lower cost internet and provide that information to them. Another thing that we're doing is some of our buses, 10 of them are going to be internet connected, and we're going to place those maybe in certain areas of our district. And then another opportunity just came in this evening where we're going to possibly partner with, I've been working with Riverside Transit Authority because they have lower ridership. And I haven't even told Susanna about this, I'm looking at her. But they have a really great opportunity that we're exploring. You know, there's so much coming out of this where people are working together, and we could use some of their buses that could be Wi-Fi equipped because they're not using all their buses now. And we would work out some costs, but that can be negotiated so that those buses could be in our district. And so we're looking at lots of options and opportunities. Sometimes the hot spots may not have the most stable connection. And when we know that, we can replace them or look at what may be happening. But there's a number that you can call. It's 571-7676. That's 951. And I highly recommend everybody write that down and call when you have an issue, and we will help you. And there are people that speak Spanish, and there are people that speak English. And if there's another language that's needed, we can find that. But I just want you to know that we're here to help, and we know that it's difficult. Another community member talked about different things about Measure M and about the curriculum. And again, it was the same thing about internet, and we're working on internet and options for students. Dr. Locke and Mr. Haldane were with me in an elementary school today, and a teacher spoke about a student that didn't have internet connection. And we gave the teacher information and the principal information on what to do. But when we know about something, we're going to do something about it. And this other comment was about, since general obligation bonds are tax exempt, the federal law prohibits its use for anything other than capital facilities projects. Sometimes people, when we passed Measure M, there was some misunderstanding that it could be used for technology as far as, Chromebooks and hotspots and internet connection, but it's for the infrastructure of a building when they're building it or remodeling it, to provide the wiring and the technical detail so that all of the technology works in the classroom and within the building. Bond counsel prohibits even interim borrowing from GO bond funds for operational expenses, which used to happen in the past, not in our district, but other places. And I want you to know they just had an audit in of the Measure M, which was presented to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee and by the auditor, and that there were no findings. So the money is being used as it was intended and expected to be used. There was another parent who spoke about registration of her children and some of the problems that she had. And we have provided updates to parents twice a week. Parents can register students online or at the Welcome and Registration Center if they need help. We have followed up with this parent to make sure she's all set to go, and provided her with information about the meal program for her new student. And we've walked her through what to do. These were comments on non-agenda items, Dr. Locke. And there was a comment made about the teachers union needs to stop using COVID as their politics weapon to extort the taxpayers from teachers paying for, and so I just want to say the district has worked with the union in order to provide distance learning during the first market period of the year. We're providing the mandated number of instructional minutes per grade level. And we are doing this because schools are still not allowed to open. And also, just because one person believes that it's safe to come back to school doesn't mean that it is safe. And I'll be talking about that more later tonight. But we know that everyone has different opinions and philosophies on this. But we do incorporate the guidance of many different organizations, and our board also gives us guidance. Another parent said that the district has limited the resources for teachers to only use certain platforms. And the district and the teachers union work together to identify the 4 platforms. They did this together. So we didn't limit it. We were just trying to make sure we could support the ones that we provided. And that's big because there's 1,800 classrooms that use platforms, and it's very difficult to manage so many different ones and help when there's problems. So that's why we chose we chose Zoom, Screencastify, Key Communications, Google Classroom, and Seesaw. These are supported by our technology team and allows the teacher choice in those platforms. We're also providing training on the platforms. Another community member submitted a public comment form electronically and talked about saying that the board has not done their job with equity for the community. She's worried about because there's not communication on the finances of the district. And her last worry is in the reference to the consolidated application. And so I just want everyone to know the board must review and approve the consolidated application. It's a public document and can be viewed by anyone. And we also have a federal program compliance monitoring. We didn't have one last year because the FPM was not held. It can be done annually in a school district. But it was not done because the auditors and the people who did it thought we did such a good job on the last one. They decided not to do it again last year. And we are having one this year, and every time we've had one, the findings have been corrected, or the issues or concerns, but there's generally very few, because we're really always, the consolidated application just provides the funding resources that we qualify for as a district. And it's an application that doesn't have a lot of creativity to it. We're required to complete it in order to have the funds released to us. So I think the board has done a great job of analyzing that, and uses a lot of opportunity to ask me questions about it. And so I thank the community for their inquiries and their questions. And I want you to know we follow up on all of them. And every time we try to get in contact with people after they speak, and sometimes addresses and phone numbers are incorrect, or they don't belong to our district, so we're unable to follow up on them. But the ones that are, we do. And there's several phone calls made to different places, different organizations, in order to create understanding and have conversation. But sometimes the calls are not taken. I had one staff member today who's attempted to call someone 2 times, but still hasn't been able to get in contact with them. So we do try. Thank you, Dr. Locke.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Katsura. On behalf of my colleagues and I, we do appreciate, because we know the importance of, staying in tune to our public and answering their questions. So that was an extensive list of responses. So thank you for that. Okay, now we're going to move to item E6, public comments on agenda items. Any person requesting to speak to any item on the agenda may do so at this time or when the item is addressed by the Board of Education. Individual speakers shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes on any agenda item. The Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 21 minutes. Board Bylaw 9323B, Section 5. Per Board Bylaw 9323, twice the allotted time will be provided to a member of the public utilizing a translator. Do we have any speaker slips?
Dr. Locke, yes, we have 2 on agenda item.
Okay. Would you like to share this at this time, please?
Yes. Hold on, let me mute myself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, speaker number 1 is Wendy Ashley, discussion information item, superintendent discussion information item. Hello to the board and to Dr. Katsura. The County of Riverside health officials seem to have cleared a path for kids to begin sports practices as long as social distancing is present. I believe that high school marching band fits most perfectly into that what is approved. Social distancing is easy. Small cohorts of all same people is easy, which is one of the guidelines. I'm asking you to approve marching band practices to begin now. The band instructors know how to adhere to the rules. We need to get these kids out of the house in any way already approved by Riverside County officials. The kids need this social interaction. Thank you, Wendy Ashley, parent of 2 Canyon Springs High School freshmen marching band members.
Thank you.
The second speaker is Kim Shimamura. Subject team bands. We are interested in when kids will be able to get together for practicing drills for school teams, whether it is sports, cheer, band, ROTC. We understand groups would need to be kept to a minimum, but we are interested in the kids stretching and drilling with their teams in their own pod groups. Any attention that can be given during this school board meeting would be gratefully appreciated. Thank you for your time. Kim Shimomura, parent of a senior.
Okay. Thank you. Those are the only 2 public comments.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to move to item E7, public comments on non-agenda items. The Board of Education encourages public comments. During this section, staff may briefly respond to statements or questions, or may ask questions for clarification. The board may refer to staff or other resources for factual information, direct staff to report back at a subsequent meeting, and or direct staff to place the topic on a future agenda. If someone wants to lodge a complaint against an employee, the appropriate form may be obtained at any school or the community education center. Individual speakers shall be allowed to speak for a total of 3 minutes on non-agenda items, regardless of the number of issues to be addressed by the individual. The Board of Education shall limit the total time for public input on non-agenda items to 21 minutes, per Board Bylaw 9323. Twice the allotted time will be provided to a member of the public utilizing a translator. With Board of Education consent, the President may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons willing to be heard. The President may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Board Bylaw 9323 B-C, Section 5. Do we have any speaker slips?
Dr. Locke, we do have a total of 6 speaker slips, and 5 of them will be Spanish.
Okay. Go ahead and read them at this time, please.
Okay. The first one I'm going to read in Spanish and then in English. Actualmente existe una demanda en la Corte Suprema de Riverside, Corte del Distrito Escolar de Moreno Valley, y Jesús Holguín por acoso sexual interpuesta por la directora maestra Ileana Gutiérrez. El señor Holguín por muchos años ha abusado de su posición de alto funcionario para acosar sexualmente a varias empleadas del distrito escolar. Varias empleadas han entregado en bandeja de plata favores sexuales a cambio de su puesto administrativo en el distrito escolar y apadrinadas con el desdado de Jesús Holguín. Otras se han opuesto a los avances sexuales de Jesús Holguín y que por nacimiento vienen académicamente dotadas. No es ningún secreto que el consorte de Jesús Holguín ha sido cómplice de los líos de faldas de Jesús Holguín. Mi pregunta es la siguiente. Si tu consorte te lo permite, ¿por qué no vas a buscar y buscas estos favores aquí en Riverside por la University o en San Bernardino por la Mount Vernon, que al final te queda de pasada o cosechas el papiloma humano por un bajo precio? Pero por obvias razones tú prefieres las del distrito escolar. El tiempo que tienes en la barra directiva escolar, que ya 14 años son los mismos años que cada año el señor Jesús Holguín ha recibido capacitación y entrenamiento de cómo prevenir y identificar acoso sexual. Pero todo parece que Jesús Holguín siempre llegaba tarde a esas capacitaciones y entrenamiento. Por entrenador o exponedor les decías lo que no hay que hacer. Y cuando Jesús Holguín llegaba, solo escuchaba tocar, agarrar, ver, beso y pedir. Lo que se perdía el entrenador o exponedor era el do not. Así que no lo culpen. Speaker es Alicia Espinosa. Now, the English version. Currently, a lawsuit exists in the Supreme Court of Riverside against the Moreno Valley Unified School District and Jesus Holguín for sexual harassment filed by principal teacher Ileana Gutierrez. Mr. Holguín for many years has abused from his position as high official to sexually harass several employees of the school district. Several employees have delivered on a silver platter sexual favors in exchange for an administration position in the school district and sponsored with the wave of a finger of Jesus Holguín. Others have opposed to the sexual advances of Jesus Holguín since by birth they are academically gifted. It is no secret that the spouse of Jesus Holguín has been an accomplice of Jesus Holguín's problems. My question is the following. If your spouse allows it, why don't you go and look for those favors here in Riverside by University or San Bernardino by Mount Vernon that at the end, it is on your way and you catch the human papilloma for a low price. But for obvious reasons, you prefer the ones from the school district. The time that you have in the Board of Education that are 14 years are the same years that each year Mr. Holguin has received trainings and training of how to prevent and identify sexual harassment. But it all seems that Jesus Holguin was always late to those trainings and training because the coach or exhibitor told them what not to do. And when Jesus Holguin arrived, he would only hear, touch, grab, see, kiss, and ask. What was lost from the coach or exhibitor was the do not. So don't blame him.
Okay, next speaker slip.
Es Ms. Quintero on. Señora Quintero, ¿nos escucha? Señora Quintero, ¿nos escucha?
Sí.
Okay. Lorena, can you hear us, Lorena?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Señora Quintero, la señora Lorena es su traductora hoy. Tiene 6 minutos. Hable así pocas palabras y luego después deja que la traductora traduzca lo que usted está diciendo.
Sí, Claudia, está
Okay.
muy bien.
Y nomás para recordarle, por favor, que no tenga el televisor prendido porque se oye y se dilata la conversación.
Está muy bien.
Gracias. Ok, ya puede empezar.
Sí. Buenas tardes, miembros del board y público.
Good afternoon, board members and to the public.
Mi nombre es Marcela Quintero.
My name is Marcela Quintero.
Mi pregunta es saber por qué el distrito escolar
My question is to know why this school district
sigue defendiendo al señor Jesús Holguin con los recursos de los contribuyentes.
is still defending Mr. Jesus Holguin with the contributors funds.
Que pagamos taxes.
We pay taxes.
Estos son para la educación de los estudiantes.
These are for the education of the students.
No para que los abogados del distrito defiendan
and not for the attorneys to defend
los líos de falda y acoso sexual,
the sexual advancements or accuses
del señor Holguin.
of Mr. Holguin.
Ustedes llenaron una moción para tratar de quitar
You completed you presented a motion to remove
al doctor Quetziora de la demanda.
To the doctor to exonerate him from the lawsuit.
Ya que ambos son altos miembros del gabinete ejecutivo.
Since they're both members of the board.
Del board de educación.
Of the Board of Education.
Su responsabilidad de ellos es capacitar.
Their responsibility is to facilitate.
Entrenar a los demás de abajo.
To train the rest that are below.
Sobre las reglas de conducta profesional.
Regarding the rules of conduct, of professional conduct.
Tal parece que el señor Holguin.
It seems like Mr. Holguin.
Durante más de 14 años.
For more than 14 years.
Ha recibido esta capacitación.
Has received this training.
No le ha servido de nada.
Has not worked for anything.
Y los estudiantes dejan de recibir una mejor educación.
And the students are robbed from receiving a better education.
Por el dinero que se han gastado en esta demanda.
Due to the fact that the funds are being spent in this lawsuit.
Los abogados Walsh en asociados APC.
The attorney Walsh and the associates APC.
Son los que están defendiendo esta demanda.
Are the ones that are defending this lawsuit.
Es lamentable que en el Board de Educación se esté hablando de esto.
It's unfortunate that we're speaking about this at the Board of Education.
Pero la gente tiene que saber.
But people need to know.
En qué se gasta el dinero de los estudiantes.
How the student funds are being spent.
Es vergonzoso que el señor Jesús Holguín
It's embarrassing that Mr. Jesus Holguin
continúe como miembro del board
continues to be a member of the board
por su conducta reprobable.
with his unacceptable behavior.
Pudiendo utilizar este dinero en tantas cosas
Since those funds can be used in other forms
que les hacen falta a los niños.
that the children need.
Quisiera pedir a los miembros y al board de educación
I would like to ask the members and the board of directors
que por favor utilicen el dinero
to please use the funds
en las necesidades de los niños
in the needs for the children
y no en defender a esta persona
and not to defend this person
en su conducta
in his behavior
que él durante años ha repetido.
that he throughout the years has repeated.
Quisiera también recordarles
I would also like to remind you
que hay que utilizar
that you need to use
todas las herramientas necesarias
all the tools available or necessary
que se les puedan dar con los
that are able to give
con el dinero que el gobierno ha dado a cada distrito
with the funds that the government has provided to each district
para facilitar
to provide
la educación a distancia
the long distance learning,
y que sigamos trabajando
and that we continue to work
por una mejor educación
for a better education
para todos los estudiantes de Moreno Valley.
for all these students of Moreno Valley.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you. The next speaker slip.
Gracias. Señor Quintero,
Sí, la escucho. Claudia.
gracias, ok. La señorita Lorena va a ser su traductora, igual como su esposa, le digo que si por favor dice unas pocas palabras y luego para que le dé chance de que ella traduzca.
Sí,
Tiene
gracias.
tiene 6 minutos y ya puede empezar.
Ok, buenas noches. Buenas noches, miembro del board.
Good evening, board members,
Señor Quisiora,
Mr. Kisiora,
maestros,
the teachers,
padres
parents,
y público televidente.
and the public.
Qué bueno que tenemos estos foros o estos miembros del board para que, estas plataformas para que uno pueda hablar
It's
y
good that we
expresarlo las quejas que tenemos.
it's good that we have this platform that we're able to express our concerns.
Quisiera por este medio dar las gracias a la directora de la escuela Bayers, la señora Rubí México,
I would like to thank Ms. Ruby, Mexico,
porque hace 2 semanas se me presentó un problema con mi hijo, problema menor.
It was a minor incident with my child.
Y entonces yo hablé a la escuela, pero me contestó la secretaria, pero yo quería hablar con la directora.
I called the school and the secretary answered, but I wanted to speak to the principal.
Y la señora México estaba en una junta.
And
Le
Ms.
dejé el recado.
And Ms. Mexico was at a meeting and I left her a message.
Y la sorpresa mía, que en menos de 5 minutos ya me estaba contestando.
And to my surprise, in less than 5 minutes, she was returning my call.
Eso habla muy bien, aparte del distrito, de ella misma también, porque así en el distrito, como hay mucha gente mala, hay muchos maestros, muchos directores que son muy valiosos y eso nos representa. Habla muy bien del distrito escolar.
And this speaks very well of the school district because just as there is good people in the schools in the district, there's also bad. And this incident represents the people that represent us and that are good.
En menos de 5 minutos ya estaba resuelto el problema, amablemente por la directora.
In less than 5 minutes, the problem was resolved and it's because of the principal.
Ojalá tuviéramos mucha gente como ella en este distrito y eso cambiaría notablemente el rendimiento de todos.
I wish there were more people like her in this district and that would change the outcome of everything.
También a la señorita Claudia Jauregui, le quiero dar las gracias para que todos sepan que es una valiosa persona. Cualquier problema que tengamos, cualquier problema, nos lo resuelve inmediatamente. Y así debe ser el personal. Lamentablemente no es así.
And I also want to thank Ms. Jauregui and how helpful she is. Anytime we have a question or a concern, she's there to help, and that's how everybody should be. And I do want to thank her. It should work like that with everyone.
Quisiera también hablar de como la semana latina. Aquí dicen la semana hispana o el mes hispánico. Yo le llamaría la semana latina.
And I also want to talk about the Hispanic week. I want to call it, or I would call it, the week, Latin week.
Y yo quisiera, pues, que se le reconociera al señor Romelio Ruiz, que es el nombre que lleva nuestro distrito escolar de Moreno Valley.
And I would
Pero
like
lamentablemente no ha sido así.
I would like to recognize Mr. Ruiz because it's the name that carries our district, but unfortunately it has not been the way, the situation.
Así como a la señora Silvia Méndez, que hace muchos años luchó contra el distrito de Westminster en el condado de Orange, logrando
Just as Ms. Silvia Mendez has fought many years ago against the Orange County, and she was able to.
Una luchadora social que logró abolir la segregación racial en las escuelas.
She was a fighter, and she was able to abolish the segregation between the schools.
Sirvió de ejemplo a todo California y de todo California a todo Estados Unidos, lo cual es algo que debemos resaltar de la señora Silvia Méndez.
It's something that it was recognized, and it's something that we need to recognize of Ms. Méndez.
Desgraciadamente, pues no se le da la importancia y el relieve que debía tener, pero el distrito o los maestros o los educadores son los que deben de estar capacitados para enseñar esos legados que nos dejaron esa valiosa gente.
Unfortunately, she doesn't receive the recognition that she deserves, but the teachers should be able to explain or teach the legacy that has been left behind by these people.
También para recordar que ya casi va a ser un año de fallecimiento de Diego, lamentable fallecimiento de Diego, que nos tiene consternados aquí a los residentes de Moreno Valley, y no nomás de Moreno Valley, de todo Estados Unidos y todo el mundo, porque eso fue algo que nos puso en el mapa en todo el mundo a este distrito de Moreno Valley. Es el lamentable hecho.
And also, it's been almost a year of the death of Diego, and that put us on the map, and it's unfortunately put us on the map, the whole district.
Espero que todos asuman su responsabilidad.
And I hope that everybody assumes their responsibility.
Gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker slip.
Muchas gracias. Is Jessica Pina in? Or Jessica? Señora Jessica, ¿está en la línea? No. We'll have to come back to her. We'll read the next one.
The speaker is Samaya Young. Dear Board Trustees, my name is Samaya Young, and I am a student at Moreno Valley High School. I have concerns about the Chromebooks the Moreno Valley Unified School District has provided us. My concern is that Chromebooks are outdated and slow down our learning process by providing a slow connectivity. Also, there have been issues with certain blocked content like YouTube videos.
Can you mute her? My concern is the Chromebooks are outdated and slow down our learning process by providing a slow connectivity. Also, there have been issues with certain block content like YouTube videos. In my AFJ ROTC class, most videos were blocked, even though the videos were by the History Channel or other educational content, educating us about the history of the Air Force amongst other historical events such as the March on Washington, history of drill and JROTC drill competition and PE videos. My instructor has had to stream these videos during our synchronous time for us to view after finding out we couldn't view them, rather than us being able to view them as planned during our synchronous time. Apologize. I have a younger sibling that attends the Real Journey Academy, who has an updated HP Chromebook 11 G7 Education Edition. He has a much easier time navigating through his educational courses and more access to helpful sites such as YouTube and Gmail. I have a suggestion of a district-wide funding to help acquire improved Chromebooks for our district. This would not only greatly improve distance learning, but also access to learning materials once we return to campus full-time. Additionally, I'm requesting the district unblock YouTube videos during school hours of 8 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. and place the restriction after hours. Please contact me for further conversation, and thank you for your time. Thank you, Samia Young.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker, señora Murillo, ¿ahí se encuentra? No microphone. Señora Murillo, su micrófono no está sirviendo.
Hello.
Hi, ¿cómo está, señora?
Bien, gracias.
Gracias.
Claudia.
Lorena, are you still there, Lorena?
I'm still here.
Perfect, thank you. Señora Librada Murillo, la señorita Lorena es su traductora, tiene 6 minutos y por favor le pido que si tiene su televisor prendido, que si le baja el volumen así para que no haya mucha delay.
No, no se preocupe.
Oh, perfecto. Ok, tiene 6 minutos y ya puede empezar.
Buenas tardes, miembros del MOR y audiencia presente y todos los padres en sus hogares y todos nuestros estudiantes de Moreno Valley. Mi nombre es Librada Murillo.
Good morning, board and the public and the parents at home and to all the students. My name is Librada Murillo.
Como miembro de la comunidad, tengo preguntas y preocupaciones.
As a member of the community, I have questions and some concerns.
Mi primer pregunta es, ¿cuántas veces se han estado aumentando el sueldo?
I want to know how many times has the salary been increased?
La administración en tiempos de pandemia.
To the administration during the pandemic.
De junio del 2020 a septiembre del 2020.
From June 2020 to September of 2020.
Y también, ¿cuáles son los beneficios de un miembro de la mesa educativa que ha estado... ¿sí?
And also, what are the benefits for a member of the Board of Education?
Que ha estado cerca de 2 décadas.
That has been there for close to 20 years.
Tomando formaciones para evitar acoso sexual a empleados.
Taking training of how to avoid sexual harassment to the employees.
Y cómo tratar a las personas que está representando en servicio al cliente.
And how to treat the people that they're representing.
A los cuales está sirviendo.
To the ones that they are serving.
¿Y de qué beneficios gozan para cuando han sido demandados?
And what benefits do they receive when they're being sued?
y quienes aprueban que los abogados que representan a los administradores
and who approves the attorneys that are representing the administrators
represente a los o un representante de la mesa educativa.
Represents one or a representative of the Board of Education.
Que está siendo demandado en este caso.
That is being sued in this case.
El miembro de la mesa educativa, Jesús Holguín.
The member of the Board of Education, Jesús Holguín.
Ya que sus abogados están siendo pagados con dineros públicos.
Since his attorneys are being paid through public funds.
Quiero una respuesta lo más rápido posible.
I want an answer as soon as possible.
¿Qué ley federal lo autoriza?
What federal law authorizes this?
A tomar fondos públicos para pagar faltas de conductas.
To take public funds to defend behavior.
Inapropiadas.
Inappropriate behavior.
Y servicio al cliente.
And the service to the client.
De fondos de educación a los estudiantes del kinder al 12 grados.
From the funds for education from kindergarten to 12th grade.
Y también mi siguiente preocupación es que los estudiantes están teniendo dificultades con su internet.
And also my next concern is that these students are having difficulties with their internet connection.
Y solo los estudiantes que les hemos referido.
And only the students that have been referred.
Han sido favorecidos y han recibido el apoyo de internet.
Have been favored and have received the support for the internet.
Cuando todos los niños deberían de estar recibiendo el mismo beneficio.
When all the students should be receiving the same benefit.
Ya que somos uno en la comunidad.
Since we're all in the same community.
No somos diferentes.
We're not different.
Y no estamos divididos en ninguna nivel socioeconómico.
And we're not divided by any socioeconomic level.
Si un estudiante tiene la necesidad, se le debe de proveer.
If a student has the need, then it should be provided.
También, bajo la ley William, todo niño debe contar con un libro curricular sobre la materia.
And under the William law, every student should receive a curriculum under which subject.
Sobre la materia que está recibiendo actualmente.
About the subject that they're studying, currently studying.
Y quisiera saber cuándo va a estar mi petición resuelta.
And I would like to know when my petition is going to be resolved.
Y que por favor no se pasen más de los 10 días requeridos porque yo estoy haciendo un public request en público.
And I hope that I get a response within the 10 days since I am making a public request.
En público.
In public.
En este momento.
At this moment.
Y quiero que cada palabra que he dicho quede grabada como constancia de mi petición.
And I want every word that I've said to be recorded as a record of my petition.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Señora Piña, ¿está en la línea? Bien. Señora Piña, ¿nos escucha? I thought maybe I was muted. Can she hear us? Yeah.
Hello.
Señora, okay. Señora Piña.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Tiene 6 minutos para hablar.
Sí,
la señorita, sí la escucho. ¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Ok, la señorita Lorena es su traductora hoy. Le pido que diga pocas palabras para que ella le pueda ayudar a traducir, ¿ok?
Ok.
Tiene 6 minutos y permítame tantito. Ok, y puede empezar ya.
Ok, gracias, Claudia. Buenas noches, miembros del board.
Good evening, board members.
Estamos a días de que se cumpla un año
We're just a few minutes short of a year
de la lamentosa tragedia que sucedió en Landmark Middle School.
of the tragedy that has happened at, perdón, ¿cuál escuela?
Landmark Middle School.
Landmark Middle School.
El 16 de septiembre del 2019.
September 17th of 2019.
Les quiero pedir un minuto de silencio a todos ustedes en recuerdo a Diego Stowe.
I would like to ask a minute of silence in memory of Diego Stowe.
Y que no se nos olvide
And let's not forget
que no está bien que dejen pasar por alto las quejas de los padres.
that it's not okay or acceptable to put aside the parents' complaints.
Porque cuando los niños dicen que los están molestando, es porque los están molestando.
Because when the children say that they're being bothered, it's because they are being bothered.
Y no queremos que le vuelva a pasar esto a ningún niño.
And we don't want this to happen to any other child.
Y también los niños merecen ir a la escuela a estudiar y aprender tranquilamente.
And also the children deserve to go to school peacefully and to learn.
Sin que nadie los moleste ni nadie los esté acosando.
Without anybody bothering them or harassing them.
Porque es muy triste la situación que este niño vivió yendo a la escuela todos los días sintiéndose amenazado.
Because it's very sad that this child, the situation that this child was involved, going to school every day and being felt threatened.
Y como él hay muchos, tenemos muchos en el distrito, muchos niños que se sienten en esa posición.
And just like him, there are many other children that are in this district that feel in the same, they feel the same way.
Y desgraciadamente las leyes no están castigando a los niños agresores como deberían de castigarlos.
And unfortunately, the law does not punish the ones that are bullying as the way they should be punished.
Le están mandando el mensaje incorrecto a la juventud, a los muchachitos, de que está bien que maten a un niño y no les va a pasar nada.
They are receiving the wrong message, such as being that they can kill another child and that nothing is going to happen to them.
Pueden golpear a otro estudiante y nada les va a pasar.
They can hurt another student and nothing's going to happen.
Cualquier niño puede estar en juvenile hall un mes. Para ellos eso no es ningún castigo, eso no es nada.
Any youth could be at juvenile hall for about a month, and for them it's not punishment. Actually, that's really nothing.
Y también le quiero dar las gracias al principal de la Landmark Middle School, Rafael García.
And I also want to thank the principal of Landmark Middle School, Rafael García,
por lo que está haciendo con los estudiantes ahorita.
For what he is doing with the students right now.
Y la ayuda que les dio emocional
and the emotional support
a los que fueron amigos de este niño.
To the friends
a todos los estudiantes que fueron amigos.
To all the students that were his friends.
Y todos los niños que fueron afectados.
And all the children that were affected.
Y les dio la seguridad de que pueden ir con él y decirle cuando los están molestando, y él les garantizó que va a hacer cambios.
And he gave them the assurance that if anybody was bothering them, that they could go directly to him, and he assured them that he would do something about the situation and will make changes.
Y sí hizo cambios. Y sí los ha hecho.
And he did make some changes, and he has made changes.
Eso deberían de hacer en todas las escuelas.
And this should be happening at all the schools.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you.
Gracias. Dr. Locke, that was the last public comment.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for reading those. Okay, we're going to now move to item F1, disclosure of memorandum of understanding between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, and it's Chapter 410 regarding the coronavirus response update, Phase 4. Dr. Verdi, can you share information pertaining to this item?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. We're holding a public hearing and then asking for the board to approve an update to our current distance learning memorandum of understanding with CSCA Chapter 410. And it's brought before the board tonight. After working with Susana Lopez on this, we were able to extend to the instructional assistants the same $25 stipend for the instructional assistants who are doing distance learning support from home using their own internet and Wi-Fi, as we have done for teachers doing the same thing. So we wanted to bring that update before the board tonight for approval, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Verdi.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to open the public hearing on the disclosure and adoption of the memorandum of understanding regarding coronavirus response update, Phase 4 between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, and it's Chapter 410. Motion to open the
I
public
move
hearing.
to open the public hearing.
Okay, second.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries. Do we have any speaker slips to address this item?
No speaker slips, Dr. Locke.
Okay. Do I have now a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Aye.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0 to close the public hearing. Moving now to item F2, adoption of the memorandum of understanding between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, and it's Chapter 410 regarding the coronavirus response update, Phase 4. Dr. Verdi, do you have anything you want to add to this item?
Again, Dr. Locke, this is the follow-up now to actually ask the board to approve that update with that stipend for our classified employees helping with the distance learning.
Okay. Board members, do you have any comments or questions? Pending no comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 410 concerning the coronavirus response Phase 4 as presented?
I move to adopt the memorandum of understanding.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Moving now to item F3, a public hearing regarding the Moreno Elementary School replacement project. Ms. Lopez, can you share information pertaining to this item?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locke. These next two items, first we have a public hearing and then we have the actual approval of the resolution, are in regards to this mitigated negative declaration report. The district prepared an initial study for the Moreno Elementary School replacement project. This was all done in accordance with California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The purpose of this initial study is to identify the project's potential impacts on the environment and to evaluate the significance of those effects. The initial study concluded that the project would have potentially significant effects on the environment. They can be mitigated to less than significant levels within the implementation of mitigation measures. Therefore, the mitigated negative declaration has been prepared. The report addresses 3 areas where mitigation measures will be needed. The first area is in the area of air quality. Water exposed ground surfaces and disturbed areas would need to be 3 times per day during the site preparation activities to minimize the fugitive dust. In the area of geology and soils, additional monitoring of grading and excavations that exceed 4 feet below the ground surface would be required. And in the area of transportation, would require an additional traffic signal at Nason and Bay and an extension of northbound left turns and eastbound right turns on Nason and Cottonwood, as well as an extension of northbound left turn on Nason and Dracia. The facilities department will work closely to ensure that these mitigated measures are all completed. The public hearing will allow the public to provide feedback, and then with the approval of the resolution, the board would be adopting the mitigated negative declaration, adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving the project.
Okay, do I have a motion to open the public hearing on a mitigated negative declaration?
I'll move.
Second,
I'll second it.
roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Do we have any speakers wishing to address this item?
No speakers, Dr. Locke.
Okay. So no speakers, do I now have a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Okay, second,
I'll second it.
roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Moving now to item F4, adoption of resolution number 2020-21-05 of the Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District, making certain required written findings pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, adopting the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Moreno Elementary School Replacement Project, proposed project, approving the proposed project and delegating authority to execute a notice of determination. Ms. Lopez, do you have additional information pertaining to this item to share?
No additional information. Everything was already covered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions or comments pertaining to this item?
Dr. Locke, I do have one quick question just for clarification. Susanna, you mentioned a few of the mitigation items that we need to cover, but there were several others that were on there. So I'm assuming that everything that was in the report that we will be making sure that we take care of as it relates to mitigation, correct?
That's correct. And each of the areas had an assigned personnel of who was going to be responsible for ensuring that those took place.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-05?
So moved.
A second?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Now moving to item F5, public hearing for review and feedback on the learning continuity and attendance plan. Mrs. Maddox, can you share information for the board regarding this item?
Thank you. This item is to have a public hearing in regards to the learning continuity and attendance plan, which is a key part of the overall budget packets for districts. Also, this plan has descriptions on how student learning continuity will be addressed during the COVID-19 crisis in this school year. This plan, our plan from this district, aligns with all the requirements of SB 98. This plan also takes the place of the LCAP for the 2020-21 school year. It was also completed and Input was given by different stakeholders, which included all the district departments. Also, it included the APAC, DLAC, MVEA, CSEA, and also the students in the LCAP Student Advisory Group. In addition, this plan has been posted in the district website in both in English and Spanish for input from the community and also for their review. So this is a public hearing on this plan with the approval process on September 22nd.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing on the learning continuity and attendance plan?
So moved.
Second, please.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Luck.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Do we have any speakers wish to address this item?
No speakers, Dr. Luck.
Okay. Do a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second,
I'll second it.
roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Luck.
Aye. And as Ms. Maddox said, this is public hearing only, and the actual learning continuity attendance plan will be brought forward at our September 22nd meeting.
Correct.
Okay, moving now to item G, consent agenda. It's recommended to approve the consent agenda as amended. We are amending agenda item G4A, adding Michael Cox for the energy specialist / maintenance and operations at the Paris Operations Center. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second that.
roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Luck.
Aye. Moving now to item H1, superintendent. Okay, discussion on updates of the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. Ketziora, this is your item.
Thank you, Dr. Locke. So this is going to be quite lengthy because there's several pieces to this. And so I want you to know that I'm going to give you a lot of information because there's a lot of different information out there. And so the first thing I'm going to talk about are the COVID-19 updates. Then I'm going to talk about Senate Bill 98, an update. English learner assessments, special education assessments, think together considerations, athletic considerations, guidance for small cohorts, personal protective equipment, the elementary waiver for TK through 6, and why the process is important. So, you know, I appreciate this opportunity to share with the board and the public many of the issues that some of you heard in public comment tonight, and that people hear from different people. So in the COVID-19 updates, I just want you to know that the state recently changed the county monitoring list to a color-coded version that is called the Blueprint for a Safer Economy. This changes the way the state monitors counties to determine when schools can open for in-person instruction. Now, you'll notice that Riverside County is currently in the purple tier, which means that the virus is widespread in the county with more than 7 cases per 100,000 residents, or more than 8% of test results reported positive over 7 days. There are a total of 4 tiers. If a county moves to the red tier, schools can reopen for in-person instruction after they have remained in the red for 14 days. We're still in the purple. I don't know if everybody knows that. There's been increases since the July 21st board meeting And this is as September the 8th today. There are confirmed cases in the city of Moreno Valley of 5,542, and that's an increase of 2,754 cases. And there have been 68 deaths, and that's an increase of 27. In Riverside County, there's 54,472. That's an increase of 24,589 cases. And there's 1,075 deaths, and that's an increase of 487. And in California, the same trend shows there. Sometimes I'm asked by the board and the public if we have people in our district that are affected by COVID-19, and are they, do they have family members, and are there cases? And I regret to tell you that there are. Every day we are dealing with an employee or a family that has COVID complications or COVID situation. Cannot reveal the names because of laws, but I just want you to know that it's something that we listen to routinely, but not routinely, because each case is very different. So that being said, the next slide talks about a reopening plan, and that slide, thank you. The more people a student or staff member interacts with, and the longer that interaction, the higher the risk of COVID-19 spread. I showed this at a previous board meeting, but the lowest risk is where we are with virtual classes, activities, and events. Now, I just want to point out that even with virtual classes, activities, and events, what I just showed you on the previous slide, there's still an increase in our community. And that is concerning. Small in-person classes and activities events with virtual options when possible. And then the highest risk is normal size in-person classes, activities, and events. So that's where we are right now. So on Senate Bill 98, it requires that our teachers do what they call a weekly attendance and engagement log. And so the district launched attendance and engagement log on September the 1st, 2020. This is per SB 98. And each day of the week, teachers interact with students through two types of daily instruction. They have synchronous, which is through Zoom, or asynchronous assignments or assessments through Google Classroom. So the teacher makes those, there's a log where they indicate how the student's engaging. The next slide talks about how teachers have learned to record attendance and engagement for distance learning in Key, which is our system for doing that. Teachers understand what constitutes attendance for distance learning, and teachers understand what constitutes engagement for distance learning. In the next slide, Learning and Continuity Attendance Plan, Senate Bill 98 replaced the LCAP with this new plan. The Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan must be adopted by September 30th, 2020, and tonight there was the public hearing for that. We posted the draft on the district website and have shared it to the public in our weekly updates for public view. We provided it in memos to the board. We provided it to other teams of parents and people within our district. And Ms. Maddox spoke about that tonight. So, and if you could back up just a minute, I just want everyone to know that developing this continuity and attendance plan and the SB 98 weekly engagement and attendance log is something that requires a lot of effort on the part of the people that work within the district, but also the stakeholders. So I want to thank everyone for their participation in this, because it takes hours. And so I just want to mention that because it doesn't get done quickly. Then another area that we spent a lot of time, and we talked about this tonight, Dr. Buster, who's the Director of Professional Development and Digital Learning, and her professional development specialist, they completed 5,381 hours of training within the past 30 days for teachers, classified staff, and parents. So teachers have completed a total of 2,861 hours. Classified staff have completed 1,915 hours, and parents have completed 605 hours. So you can see there's a lot of training going on and a lot of support, and there's more that's needed. Then I get to the area of assessments. So this is one of the, as people have talked about, the in-person assessment protocols. And these are different for different groups of people. But Riverside University Health System released COVID-19 in-person assessment protocols on August 14th. So on the next slide, you'll see when you hear about people saying that you can go back to school or you can do certain things, there are many conditions that must be met before you go back or you do anything. And we don't take these lightly because they're very important in keeping our community safe. But one of the first things is, and you know, this is not the first thing, but one of the things that's very important is negotiations with our bargaining units. Every school district has to engage in negotiations, but we have a relationship with our classified and our certificated unions, and we work together to create memorandums of understanding and have done so on previous things that we've worked on. This will continue with each of these items. Identifying appropriate space on campus. Where is this going to happen, and how will people come into the building? How will people be by appointment? But everything is much more detailed than it's ever been. It's not just show up and whoever comes. It has to be really thought out. Personal protective equipment and physical barriers. If you notice, when you go into every campus of our district or even the district office, your temperature is taken. You're asked to be screened. You can read through a set of questions, and you're identified. You're just checked to make sure that there's no symptoms. The other thing is custodial support. We have a wonderful custodial team. Our schools look amazing. They're kept up, they're maintained, but there is additional custodial interaction that has to occur with each of these situations. The disinfecting after something's used, and where something's used, and when someone used it. So, and then in addition to that, there's the COVID-19 assessment protocols that must be spelled out before anything can happen. There's the assessment letter to parents where they must agree to certain things. And there's the assessment checklist for safe testing. And all of this is in conjunction with Riverside University Health System. And every week, the district has a phone call that's shared with every superintendent and cabinet member in our district, where we listen to the guidance of the health department. It's done every week, every Wednesday, and we're updated where questions are asked and information is given. So the one group of students that the governor identified and that has been something that we are looking at is English language learners. The initial LPAC must be completed within the first 30 days of instruction. And this is to determine the English language learner support that's needed for that student. And so it's very important. The state approved a 45-day extension due to COVID-19, and we have 450 students that are waiting to be tested. We have limited staff that are available for testing, and districts are also encouraged to administer summative LPAC assessments that were not completed in the spring. And it's imperative that all English learners receive designated ELD, especially since we're going through a federal program monitoring May 24th to June 1st of this year. We received guidance on virtual administration for summative LPAC, and initial LPAC assessments are projected to begin. And this is a projected date, so I don't want anybody to think, because there must be an addendum to the MOU, and we must have agreement, but that's projected to begin on September 14th. So that's just a lot to consider right there. That's just for English learners. Are there any questions from the board as I go through this? I don't want to wait till the end, so because I've got several sections, and I'm just curious if you have any questions at this moment, or if you want me to keep going, or.
I'm okay. Anybody have questions at this time?
No, I think it's going really well. I've been jotting down some notes here, so.
Yeah.
Well, if you've got questions or notes about each section, it'd be better to talk about them now than waiting till the end, because there's several areas, and I just, you know.
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Mr. Holguin, did you have a question? I can't see everybody, Dr. Locke, so I don't know if you can.
No, I only see you.
Okay.
I only had a comment about the LCAP. This is different meaning from the LCAP that we are used to every year. This is the local continuity attendance plan, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But this was triggered by SB 98, correct? But it only.
I believe so.
But yeah. it only applies this year because of the conditions.
Yes, correct? That's correct.
So next year, we're going back to the traditional LCAP.
Well, that's the plan. You know, everything changes, and so that's the plan, though, right now.
So just to I guess to repeat your words, that this took a lot of time to put together, but it's only one time. Then next year you have to go back to what it was. If conditions go back to normal, I guess you'll go back to the other plan.
Yes. Thank you. Is there anybody else? I don't see. Mr. Peden, did you have anything, or?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay.
I think you're explaining this very well. I'll jump in if I do. Thank you.
I'm just making sure, because I can't see everyone. I can see you right now, but I guess that changes when where the screen goes. So I'm going to go to special education assessments. So, you know, we have a number of special education students in our district, and I want to tell the board and the community that we have 401 pending initial assessments. We have 146 triennial assessments overdue and 410 due within the next 75 days. File reviews are considered legal triennials, and staff are encouraged to utilize this process for as many triennials as possible. That's their 3-year review. Every 3 years, a special education student is assessed, and they do an update. They do one every year, but every 3 years they do what they call a triennial. If an assessment is required, we have 2 options for an initial assessment or a triennial review. Conduct a virtual assessment, and the parent agrees to waive or withdraw their consent. And you know, sometimes neither option right there is a good option, and so that's why we are looking at special education assessments. So you can see there's a total of 5,083 students in special education, and then that shows you where the number of assessments that are, you know, needed right now. Now, I've only got one slide on this, board members, Dr. Locke, and what I want you to know about special education assessments is this is different than the English learner assessment. Mm-hmm. The English learner assessments will occur at the Welcome and Registration Center. There is a center there for that purpose. There's a language assessment center. And so there'll be appointments made, and you know, families will come there, and it'll be done in one place. With special education, psychologists are assigned throughout the district, and special education teachers are at every school. And there's 450 students that are waiting to be tested in English learners. and the assessment for special education to be more involved. I'm not saying that they're not both complex, but what I am saying is that it's just different. And so what would have to happen is, and Dr. Verdi is working with both associations, the classified and the Moreno Valley Educators Association, because there is an impact when people come onto a campus. And if you visited the campus, you know that your temperature is checked, and you know that you go through a screening. And so there's just a lot of things that have to be thought through on here. And because this will occur at every school, because there's special education students at every school and there's teachers at every school, they have to determine where it will occur at the school. You know, where is this assessment going to occur? And is the room fitted for that? So I just want to make that, clear about that. And the next area I'm going to talk about is think together.
Question.
Sure.
Yes, we have some that are overdue for assessments. I'm concerned that if we do that, the last option, which is the parent agrees to wait, that we're going to get backed up and it's going to be harder and harder to catch up on these assessments. Also, you said every school has special education students, so every school will have to set up a space to come in and have somebody. I knew these assessments are done one-on-one. Could we have them come to a more central location so we don't have to set up a space at every school, but maybe only set up half of the schools to do assessments or something, so that we don't have to have every single school set up for these?
Well, I'm sure that will be a discussion that will take place when the MOU is developed, or the amendment to the MOU between the Moreno Valley Educators Association and the district. But that's certainly something that we look into. We look at all options, but we have to look at how feasible that is, or where that's possible. Sometimes, Mrs. Smith, when they do assessments in special education, the setting is very important, and students respond to a setting. And so we just have to keep all that in mind, because we have to look at educational benefit. But all of that will be explored. I'm a former special education director and teacher, and so that's very important, where students have been assessed, and the assessor and that kind of thing. So, but those are good thoughts. Keep them coming, and we'll always explore them. Are there other questions about this area of special education? I'm going to move to the next area then, if that's all right. Dr. Locke, is that okay?
You're doing a good job, Dr. Kidzior.
Okay. Thank you. And so Think Together. So we met with Think Together last Friday, and Think Together is our after-school program. And so they are working to bring that program back to school districts, but on a very limited basis. So the California Department of Education permits expanded learning program services on campus and in person. Expanded learning is Think Together because they work in conjunction with what's done at our schools to provide reinforcement and support for what we teach and what students learn every day. So the proposed plan is 10 students per 1 staff member. And it would be an all-day elementary program that would serve 20 to 28 students per school. That's the number that we could serve. All-day middle school program, which would serve 50 to 70 students. Or it could be, but I'm not thinking of this one. Some districts have done half-day elementary and half-day middle school programs, but I know that in our community there's a greater need for full day, and we have a lot of different circumstances. Breakfast and lunch is provided, and this may possibly increase to 14 students per staff as allowed by the current state guidelines. They're working on that though. And Think Together was, they're developing a plan with us, but we're reviewing the proposed plan and policies they will need to implement to ensure all health guidelines are followed. workplace policies and practices, measures to ensure physical distancing, measures to ensure infection control, communication with employees and stakeholders, and the measures to ensure equitable access to critical services. We will work to identify the students who need in-person services the most, and this may include, but not limited to, our homeless students, our foster youth, our English learners, and families who are working that need childcare. But you can see that the number of spaces is very limited, considering what we normally do at a school. And but that's because you have to decrease the number of people, and you have. And I'm gonna talk about one more thing. These cohorts of students cannot mix with other students. They have to be that person that provides the support can only be with that cohort of students. They cannot mix with other students, and they cannot mix with other employees. So that creates some challenges, but it can be done. And it's something that we would like to do, that we have to work with Think Together. And it's going to take them at least 3 to 4 weeks from the time we started talking last Friday with them. We had a meeting with them. And, but it's going to take some time to develop this at each school site. And I'll get to that and further in here about some of the issues within our own schools. But they're very compatible with what we do in our school district. Mm-hmm. And so they would follow our guidelines, even though this program is run by the city of Moreno Valley, and it's a grant. We do believe that parents and our community could benefit from these services, but we do know that it would be limited to what we're able to do. So are there any questions about Think Together?
Dr. Katsura, then they would do their regular distance learning within that program then, with what they're doing now.
It's possible, Dr. Locke. That's one of the goals, is to align with distance learning.
Yeah.
So they would be supporting them in that if they were there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Another thing, Dr. Locke, that's important about this is that if the students are in the same family, like you have a family that has grades 2, 3, and 5 at a school, mm-hmm. they would be in the same cohort because we don't want to mix families.
Oh.
And so that's another important consideration in designing this, because you have to keep people in a family together. And that's why it's not really direct instruction. It's really more support in distance learning. The student is still learning from the teacher, but they are there to support them in that.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Kidziora?
Yes.
I'm sorry if I can just come back. So we're talking about this in the framework of, through the lens of reopening of our schools, and what that looks like. How does this fit in that? And is this contingent on that? As we talked about earlier, negotiating with our bargaining teams and all bargaining units, et cetera. Can you just expand on a little bit on that? I just want to make sure it's clear that how this fits in.
Well, we're always working towards the reopening of schools or coming back fully in person. So each of these are what you call successive approximations towards that goal. They're not fully there, but it's working towards that when it's safe to do so and the conditions are as they should be. This is separate from our, well, it's not separate. I'm not going to say anything separate. This is, like our classified staff and any staff would be affected by this happening on a campus. So we have to determine the places where it would occur, and that would require discussion with our classified association and also our teachers association. Although these are employees of Think Together, they're not our employees, but the service is provided on our campuses. Does that answer your question, or did I?
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear with the public so that everybody kind of understands like how this fits in. because these are not our employees, but it is a program that we're running on our campuses, and there is some impact. But also, just thinking through as it relates to that, this is going to be considered, and correct me if I'm wrong, and expand if need be, but this will be considered through the same measurement that we're considering phases as it relates to reopening schools, right? We're using the same tool to bring this forward to our district.
Well, I don't know yet about if this would be part of the MOU. It could be, because of the impact it could have. That'd be a discussion that when they have negotiations that Dr. Verdi and the classified bargaining unit and the Teachers Association would discuss. But I don't know, but it could be, there could be an addendum or an amendment with this in it. But that's, again, something that we have to work out and see. But we do want to, because there has been guidance given by the state, we just want to see what we can do when it's safe.
Can this be considered while we're in purple?
Yes, it can be.
Okay, that's where I was trying to head, just so we can understand exactly where we are. And
each of these options, Mr. Peden, can be considered while we're in purple, as long as we're meeting these guidelines, and there are many that have to be met. And I'm going to go through some towards the end of this presentation that will be important to consider before we're able to do anything.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Dr. Locke? I can't see everybody, but is okay to move?
I think that answers my question too, so thank you.
Okay. So now we get to athletics and sports and different events that we heard about tonight, some of the comments, public comments. So the athletic considerations, currently allowed outdoor conditioning only, has to be done in cohorting, a limited number of players. Coaches cannot coach more than one cohort, and locations and timing up to 80 players per sport, and there has to be health screenings. At the next board meeting, Dr. Locke, and I'm going to bring something forward to the board to consider about this consideration to begin possibly by October 1st. But there are a lot of conditions that we have to, Dr. Arce, who is the director of secondary education, is working with the athletic directors to develop a plan, which they have, and that plan must also go through MVA and CSEA to make sure that that's understood, and then for the board to have a discussion and approval at the next board meeting, possibly.
Okay.
With this one. So in the next slide, it talks about fall sports would begin. This is just so you know, this is what CIF has said for everyone. Fall sports would begin mid-December. That'd be football, boy. This is the plan right now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's planned. Football, boys and girls volleyball, boys and girls cross country, boys and girls water polo, and cheer. And I heard the comment tonight about bands. I'm going to look into that as far as this marching band and see where we're at on that. It could be part of this. So that's about athletic considerations.
Dr. Katsura, I have a question. You have football on the slide there, but I don't think we're going to be able to have people in the stands, are we? Or do you know that yet?
I don't know that yet.
Yeah, okay.
And if they are, it will be different when they're in the stands.
Yeah.
It will not be the same way that it has been.
Yes.
And if you look at other states where they have done this, they've had issues with COVID-19 and contracting it and different things. So you have to be very careful how this is done.
Exactly. Yeah.
We'll get a special thing to have only 10 people in the stands, and Mr. Johnson will be one of them.
Well, it depends on what school it is, though. If it's Centennial, then I will.
Mr. Johnson.
Are you swearing in the board meeting?
I just wanted to wake everybody up. That's all.
You did.
Go ahead, Dr. Ketziora.
Thank you. So Dr. Locke, the next section is small groups of children and youth. Now this applies to every one of these, but it's just the things that we must consider and be thinking about. So the California Department of Public Health released a new guidance on August 25th regarding small groups of children and youth. And this provides guidance for necessary in-person child supervision and limited instruction, targeted support services, and facilitation of distance learning in small group environments. And for those programs to understand the required health and safety practices needed to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in their settings. So, we just got this on August 25th. And so there's going to be a lot of things in this next area that I talk about that are related to that. So on the next slide, it talks about considerations for cohorts, the cohort size and the cohort mixing. And I talked about that before, where the cohorts or families of students, or have students that are in the same family, cannot mix. So in any cohort, you have to look for that, because you go to the same house, but then if you're in a different cohort, and what that can do to itself. So that's something that we have to always look at and make sure of. And then the considerations for staff, we have to look at, are they able to do it? Or do they have conditions that, so there's not just, everybody, there's people that are available and there's people that aren't available. And then precautions and considerations, the physical distancing that must be in place, and the face coverings. And, face coverings, like all of us, it's a difficult thing to manage. And when people have them on and off, or how they wear them. I have mine off right now, so I can speak, but I put it back on and wear it in the building when I'm walking around or at school sites. So this is about cohort size.
Oh.
So cohorts must be limited to no more than 14 children and youth. Cohorts must be limited to no more than 2 supervising adults. Requirements for adult-to-child ratios continue to apply for licensed child care programs. Cohorts can be divided as needed into subgroups of children and youth from the same cohort, as long as the 14:2 ratio is not exceeded. The maximum cohort size applies to all children and youth in the cohort, even when all children are not participating at the same time. A cohort may not include 6 children or youth who attended full-time, and 6 children on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and 6 children on Tuesday and Thursday, for a total of 18. A cohort may not include 8 children or youth who attended for the entire day, 4 who attended mornings only, and 4 who attended afternoons only. It's important for people to know that they have to do one or the other. They cannot mix and those or change their mind. That's a hard thing for people sometimes, because once we've been given which one they're doing, and then they don't want to do it and they want to change. It's difficult to change in this kind of atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
So then cohort mixing, prevent interactions between cohorts, including interactions between staff assigned to different cohorts. So the people that are working in the program, part of the guidance is they can't mix with other staff members. They have to stay with their cohort. So you have to figure out things like phone calls and communication and texting, because you just can't go over to somebody's area and mix. And assign children and youth who live together or carpool together to the same cohort if possible. So even if they carpool, they got there together. That we have to think about how they arrived, how they came to it. Avoid children and youth from one cohort to another unless needed for a child's overall safety and wellness. So the idea is you don't do it unless there's some situation that you have no choice. Cohorts must be kept separate from one another for special activities such as art, music, and exercise. So if they went out on the playground, in a cohort from the Think Together, they can't mix on the playground, or they have to go on their own. And then we don't recommend using playground equipment, because then it has to be disinfected. So whatever equipment they use, and that's another thing, you know, we talked about this sharing of materials. That's not going to happen. So they have to have their own materials, like, you know, one-to-one specialized services could be provided to a child or youth by a support service provider that is not part of the child or youth cohort. So if there was something that needed to be tested in the cohort, you know, that could happen, as long as it's one-to-one. And then the safety precautions of wearing a mask and they are washing their hands and they're physically distancing is occurring. Specialized services include, but not limited to, occupational therapy services, speech and language services, and other medical behavioral services or educational support services as part of a targeted intervention strategy. And so that's something we have to consider, is the needs of students and how we can provide this for them.
Yeah.
So then the considerations for staff: supervising adults should be assigned to one cohort and must work solely with that cohort. Avoid changing staff assignments to the extent practical. Substitute providers who are covering for short-term absences are allowed, but only work with one cohort of children per day. Meetings among the staff from different cohorts must be conducted remotely, outdoors, or in a large room in which all providers wear cloth face coverings and maintain at least 6 feet distance from other providers. And outdoor meetings and meetings in large rooms with the windows open are preferred over meetings in small rooms with windows closed. So there's still, you know, there's a lot of precautions and considerations. Physical distancing in combination with the use of face coverings decreases the risk of COVID-19 from respiratory droplets. Physical distancing between adults must be maintained as much as possible, and adults and students must use face coverings at all times pursuant to the CDPH schools guidance regarding face coverings, and they're required for students in grades 3 through 12. Physical distancing between young children in the same cohort should be balanced with the developmental and social emotional needs of this age group. Supervised care settings should follow applicable industry guidance and appropriate use of face coverings by children and youth. So you can see there's a lot to work through before you just break. When somebody says you can bring these kids back, you can, but you've got to, and I want to be sure, and I know the board does, that all of these things without a doubt are in place, and that everyone is using what is expected of them. We were at a school today where we didn't see something happening as it should be when we came in. And so we have to make sure that those things are taken care of. So this is the area of personal protective equipment. And this paints a story of what's happening currently and changes every day. So we have hand washing stations that are needed. Installed or in stock or 0, pending arrival of 100 interior and 100 exterior hand washing stations in areas where sinks are not available. And this is very important, as you know, when people need to wash their hands, we want to make it as available, and it should happen without any reservation. So that's something that we're working on, because we've looked at all of our areas of our schools and our classrooms without sinks, and our schools that don't have sinks in certain areas. So these hand washing stations are important. Then also, there's a piece of this where the water needs changing, and who will do that and how that will be done. Then there's hand sanitizing stations. Now you see them all over the district right now.
Yeah.
We've installed 100 freestanding, 1,500 wall mounted, 4,700 standalone, 1,500 wall mounts, and 3,000 refill bottles. And those last two are pending installation, but they're in stock. We want them to be wall mounted and freestanding for front offices in areas where sinks are not available. So we're assessing. Anthony Pipkins and his team and maintenance and operations are looking at where all of these are needed to be located. then desk dividers. And I'm going to show some pictures in here, Dr. Locke, where the board, all 5 board members visited schools and saw what needs to be in place. So there are 320 installed and in stock. That's pending the arrival of 15,000, because classroom sizes will be half of what they were. They will not be the normal size. So that's another thing about the number of people that are on a campus and the number of people in a classroom. And then the barriers and the guards, the plexiglass, you see that installed in front offices and in areas where physical distancing is not feasible. And there's been 140 of those installed in stock, and they continue to assess where people identify areas where that's needed, and that continues to happen. Then I'm going to move to the next part, which is supplies, and these are cloth masks, and there's installed and in stock are 2 per child, and pending arrival of 1 per staff, and this is district-wide. Disposable masks, there's in stock 2 per child and 4 per staff, and pending arrival as needed. Those are ordered, and we get donations from different nutrition services with passing masks out at grab and go. Then contactless thermometers, there are 200 in stock and used throughout the district, and then as needed, they're used district-wide. And then you saw when you were in classrooms, the board, when you visited, you saw the HEPA filter air scrubbers, which goes to purify the air, and it's an important needed device that will help classrooms be safer and cleaner. There are 450 of those pending installation, but there are needed 5,282, and that's because they're needed in offices and workstations throughout the district, as well as classrooms, as well as areas that people use, libraries, conference rooms, different things. And and every district needs all of these things, and they're all ordering them. One of the things that Susanna Lopez, I was going to say a different name, Susanna Lopez and her team are doing, which is a good practice, is not ordering everything from the same place. They divided up orders and seeing how they can get things quicker. And they've done a great job in accessing these materials. There's also the signage that's needed. You saw this when you visited schools, and you see it in front of the district office. But this is very important, and this is required in any plan, that we maintain the 6 feet distance. That's the recommended, but distance is very important. And the daily reminders of washing your hands, maintaining your space, and covering your face. And then the circles that you see there on the floor, where it tells you to please stand so you're spaced out like you see in the store. So that's about the personal protective equipment. So you see that there are needs, and there are things we are ordering and things that we're putting in place. But again, every district is working to get those things. So then the elementary school waiver that you've heard about, this is for TK through grade 6, TK through 6th grade only, where there is TK through 6th grade. Middle schools with grades 6 through 8 are not eligible. And all waivers are granted by the state on a discretionary basis and may be withdrawn. Now, I want you to know this came out on August 17th, and it requires community consultation, which is what we're doing at this board meeting, but we're going to do that more in depth with different parent groups. And then it requires a reopening plan, which we have a reopening plan, but it's for distance learning and for what we have in place right now. So we would need to update that. And that would be done in connection with our classified and teachers association, but also parents and our board. It requires the board to be involved too, which you are by this process right here.
Yeah.
And so on the next slide, it talks about reopening plan considerations. Now, these are not different than any of the other plans, but in this, you can see in that classroom that was being shown there, that's at Hendrick Ranch Elementary School. It's a kindergarten class. You all went in there. And they have 25 students normally. The most they could have would be 13. The class would be half. So in order for this to happen, there has to be a cleaning and disinfection plan. And all of this has to be addressed in this plan in great detail. Cohorting, how we're going to cohort students coming to school, entrance, egress, and movement within the school, face coverings and other essential protective gear, health screenings for students and staff. The staff is doing a great job at the schools we're visiting and doing the staff there, but that would also be required when students come in. Parents would not be allowed to come onto the campus like they have been sometimes. And so once students get there, they'd have to, they have to let them out at the station where they enter the school, and then that's what would have to happen. Healthy hygiene practices. We have to have a plan for identification and tracing of contacts, so that if someone contracts COVID-19 at school or in one of these situations, we have to have a plan of who's going to be contacted and how that's done. How physical distancing would occur. As y'all saw when y'all went into the classrooms to the board, you saw they had measured this out, how they had placed desks, and the rooms had to be a certain way, which is different than how students have attended school before. The desks are all facing the front of the classroom, and they have to, have the dividers in them. And so there's the staff training on this and the family education that must occur, the testing of students and staff, triggers and this is another area that I'm working with Susanna Lopez on, is the testing of students and staff that would occur when we do something like this. The triggers for switching to distance learning. If we were to do a waiver, how would we revert back to distance learning and under what conditions if we were to do a waiver? And then the communication plans. How are we communicating all of this? So this is a picture of a classroom configuration. You can see that the board members are in there, and they visited 3 schools. We have 3 model classrooms set up for people to see at Hendrick Ranch Elementary School, Mountain View Middle School, and Vista Del Lago High School. And you see in this classroom, this shows the protective plexiglass that's at each child's desk. It has the chairs removed so that only the chairs that are needed in the classroom are there. The teacher has protective plexiglass, and it's very limited as to what can happen in the classroom. There won't be any going on the floor like they do for social time or something, that they will remain at their desk. And of course they can stand up there, but this is very challenging. Then you look at another class. Well, that's the same classroom, it's the same kindergarten classroom, just another view. And then the next picture is of a classroom at Mountain View Middle School. And this is a science lab. And they normally have 32 to 33 students in this class. And they have 16. That's what and you can see that with the tape, the blue tape, it's marked off where there's no sitting or being. And the chairs are physically distanced so that they are 6 feet apart. And that's that classroom. And then this is the same kindergarten classroom at Hendrick Ranch with the principal, Mrs. White, and Anthony Pipkins, and looking at all of the pieces in there. Then each school must have response planning. This is in order to do a TK through 6 waiver. Each school in our district, each elementary school, and there's 23 that would have to have this, is school contact to receive reports. We have to indicate the contact people at schools who receive reports to the county when a student or staff member tests positive for COVID-19. That's most likely the principal. The response, but what if the principal's not there? We have to have an alternate. The response plan for positive COVID-19, we have to have a plan for receiving, reporting, and responding to staff member and students who test positive. The staff surveillance test plans. The state educational framework requires a 2-month staff surveillance COVID-19 test plan for in-person instruction. And that's something that we're looking at and working on. The school contact for testing, we have to provide information on tests that your school has performed as part of surveillance or outbreak testing. And the plans for cohorts, we have to provide a plan on how we are reducing mixing and limiting exposure. So why this process is important, and I've talked about this before, but you know, I've had some people say to me, why do you have to listen to the unions? Well, I want the public to know, and I want everyone to know, that the unions are our teachers. They are our classified employees, and they work here. And we have a responsibility. It is a law that we listen to them. It is not a choice, and we don't think it's a choice. We believe that it's essential in order for us to, can have continuing good working relationships. So I want everyone to know that we have to engage both associations and begin working on the addendums to our MOUs. And we have to make sure that we have to know how our staff feels and what because I just want you to know, when you look at other districts, you read stories about where they didn't work together. They don't get very far. And that's just something that we have to work together to, and it's important. We research other labor associations to learn from what they're doing. Dr. Verdi and Selena Joyner and Connie Pruitt and Susanna Lopez and Maribel Maddox, they all reach out to other school districts and learn what we can do to make sure that we're doing the very best for our students and staff. We have to consider the new things that may cause anxiety and stress to employees and students. I just explained to you, when the board walked into some of those classrooms, they got kind of sad because it didn't look like it did before, and students may have that reaction when they come. We're mindful that many districts have not completed their MOUs. Districts are working first on two areas which we are working on, which is the assessment piece for English learners and special education students. And the Public Information Office is revising the document of our plan approach for reopening as information is provided from our discussions with our bargaining units, parents, and associations, and our guidance from the health organizations. And again, why this process is important. The next slide is building relationships with trust matters, and it goes both ways. I'm not trying to preach to anyone, but I do want to say that we all should be supporting each other right now and not tearing each other down. We're all trying to do the very best thing as soon as possible, but it takes all of us, working together to make that happen. And everyone would like things to be like they were, but they're not like they were. And so we have to, this is a reality that we all must address. And so we value the relationships of our students, parents, families, associations, management, and our Board of Education. Each one of these groups are given a very challenging task here to make sure that things are in place. Our goal is working together to keep everyone safe. We don't want anything to happen to anyone. An opportunity for our labor partners and district to engage in conversations when decisions are made. And those are done. And on every one of these items that we discuss, that is part of our process. And we grow in respect for each other as we do this. And it's critical in working together. But the students are why we work together. And we want to make sure that everyone has all the information needed in order to make sure these things happen. So that completes that presentation. I want to thank the board for providing this opportunity. And I know this was a lot, but it's important for people to know, because this all is not one thing or the other. There's many things that have to be in place. And I think starting smaller is a critical piece of this. I said to Dr. Locke the other day that I'm glad that the employees are at schools and that they're preparing to do things, because it gives them the opportunity when students may come to utilize these practices that they have that become part of their culture. Because all of this wasn't part of the culture. This is very different than what we've done before. So, Dr. Locke, I give it to you and the board, and any questions y'all may have. Or
Dr. Katsiora, thank you. That's an absolute, I mean, a very overwhelming report because there's so much information. I don't know the questions because you answered so many things. This was so thorough and so comprehensive, but I'll turn to my colleagues. Do you have some questions, comments?
Just like to say, I'm really impressed with all the plans that you're making and everything going forward. I can't believe all the parts of this puzzle that you're putting together. And thank you, and to all the staff for all of your work on this.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah. I think I too am I on mute or what? Let me see. No, I too want to thank you, Dr. Katsiora, you and your team. You guys put that together. That's quite a bit of stuff. And I think each day we're going to learn more and more. And I think that once we go out, we'll be helping other folks. But man, I'll tell you what, this is total life changing. It's going to take a little while for all of us to get used to all of the things that we're doing in school. I'm just trying to learn some of the things outside now. Just you guys don't go to the commissary, but I go to only one grocery store. And the last couple of times I've been there, I thought, man, this is not the same commissary. What is going on in here? So the reason I mentioned that is because the same thing is going to be happening in the schools. You're going to walk into a school room, a school building, and you're going to think, this is not the same building that I was in 6 months ago. Because I will tell you, on those facilities on the base are totally different. They're not like they used to be. And you just can't just like walk in anymore. They only allow so many people in there now. You have to stand outside in the line. So there's a lot to be, a lot to learn and a lot to get used to, but do want to thank you and your team again for putting together this long, lengthy program and how to do things and what is expected of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peden or Mr. Holguin, do you have any comments or questions? Mr. Holguin or
Yes, Dr. Locke. Yes, I also want to thank Dr. Katsiora and your team for putting this together. Obviously, there's a lot of information to take in tonight, and I'm sure that I'm going to have more questions later. Hopefully, we can get back to some of this information and ask the questions. But this is just the proof that it's not just saying let's reopen the schools, and we go back the next day and reopen the schools. There's a lot of considerations that have to be made. And of course, always with the safety of students in mind and safety of staff in mind. And a lot of time that has to be taken to put those pieces in place, and a lot of investment, huge investment that has to be made to put all those items, all those devices in place to keep the safety of the students. And also, obviously, it's not going to be a full classroom. Not soon, or who knows if ever we'll come back to a full classroom. But I truly appreciate what I saw when we visited the schools. What we saw was amazing preparation for the classrooms, keeping in mind all those considerations that you mentioned, and keeping in mind the rules, the restrictions, and everything that is coming down from the state, from the agencies, from all over the place. And as we see changing every single day, because we receive notices almost every day saying something different. But I appreciate you staying. I don't know, I'm not sure exactly how or where other districts are, but I'm assuming that you are somewhere up in the front in getting things ready being proactive in putting all these pieces in place. So I just want to say, thank you for taking the time to design these plans and to design how it's going to look possibly, or maybe different between now and the time you can put it in place, because having so many classrooms in the school district is challenging. And I want to say also thank you to of course, Susana Lopez and Anthony Pipkin for having their teams just working all over the place and looking at all those areas, plus other things that they're doing in addition to all these items. So thank you for bringing this information. And again, the next day or two, I may come up with a couple of questions, but I'll reach out to you and ask you my questions. So thank you so much.
Mr. Peden, do you have any comments or questions?
I have a lot on my mind going through all of that, and then taking a tour through the different school sites and seeing what education is going to look like as we move forward. And to be honest, just to be truthful with everybody, I'm feeling a little pessimistic, right? That doesn't take away from all the work that everybody's doing. I mean, the preparation, hats off to everybody, Dr. Kidziora, your team, and all their staff members and our teachers and everything everybody's doing. Clearly we have no choice but to prepare for what education is going to look like. And I think everybody's doing a tremendous job at that front. So 100% thank you for all of that work. And it's clear that Dr. Kidziora, in your presentation at the very beginning, you right away highlighted where we are as a county, and it's not looking great. We've had increases as it relates to COVID cases. We have had an increase in deaths. We're still in purple, and we've been doing this for a while, and it seems like it's not getting any better. So I guess a lot of my worry comes from looking at this situation and wondering, and I know this is not the case with any of my colleagues here or any of the folks that are leading this district or our workers, but my worry is that we start rushing, or folks in our county start rushing to open without taking serious the science of what's going on. But as a parent with daughters in this district, as a resident of Moreno Valley, I know that's not the case with this, right? I know that we take the science very seriously, and we're not rushing. We're just preparing for what education is going to look like. So that's just a little kind of just what's been on my mind and on my heart since I visited the schools with Dr. Kidziora. And so I just thought I'd share that, but in no way is that a negative as it relates to the preparation and the work that everybody's doing, and everybody's clearly taking this very seriously. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peden. And I did to what all the comments my colleagues have said. The report is so comprehensive, Dr. Kidziora, covering all the bases, and it is overwhelming. I hate to say I'm almost speechless because there was so much to take in, but I know, like, Mr. Peden said, we take safety, in our district. It's safety first, and it's safety for our kids and our staff. And so appreciate that. And so the report, and as we move on, thank you for keeping us informed, and our community answers, I think, a lot of their questions too about just can't open up a school. So again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll continue, Dr. Locke, to have this as a board agenda item and bring you updates, and also anything that's going to be implemented where we obviously want your approval and your support. So thank you.
We appreciate that, like I said, and I really, I agree with you about being an ongoing, agenda topic, because it's very important. Okay, now.
Dr. Locke, before we go forward, I hate to do this, everybody, but I need 5 minutes if that's okay. I don't know if everybody's okay with that. Can we have like 3 minutes, very short break?
But want to take a 5-minute break? Is that okay with everyone? Okay, is that good, Mr. Peden, 5 minutes? Okay.
That's fine. I don't need that much time, but if that's okay, that'd be great.
Okay, 5-minute break. Thank you. to H2, Business Services Department Reorganization. Ms. Lopez, this is your item. Will you please share it? Yes.
I'm going to share my screen with you so that we can go through a presentation.
Okay.
I apologize. All right, here we go. This evening, I wanted to present to you a reorganization presentation for the business department, giving you just a little bit of history. If I can get the slide to move, there we go. We have a current Director 3 position that has been vacant since July. And so this gave us the time, really the opportunity to take a look at our current processes. So our goal is always to be efficient. And we want to make sure that we're looking at all of our procedures, our processes, looking at our personnel. And so what we did is we took the opportunity to really look at comparing ourselves with similar sized districts, even though that's not always the only indicator, because for example, one of the most similar sized districts in our county would be Temecula Unified when it comes to enrollment. But when you start to look at the number of grants that are received, for example, the number of categorical programs that a district receives, we are very different from Temecula Unified. And so we did some analysis there. We also wanted to take a look at, and on the next slide, when I show you what our current structure looks like, I just felt, and when this information was first presented to the superintendent and in cabinet, there really aren't very many growth opportunities the way that the department is currently set up. And so we wanted to look at what can we do so that employees that are working in our department have that initiative, have that growth mentality, and have the growth opportunity. Also, we wanted to look at recognizing that because we are fiscally independent, there are additional duties that we have to perform as a district and really as a department. So there's things that you wouldn't see in other districts. For example, the processing of W-2s, the processing of 1099s. These are all procedures that we do in-house. Every time that we are running an AP batch for our commercial warrants, or anytime we're processing payroll, whether it's the monthly payroll or the substitute payroll, that actually takes in-house staff to perform these job duties. That wouldn't be the case if we weren't fiscally independent. And also looking at the fact that we want to maintain costs. We know that we know what our budget situation is. We know that in the out years, we are deficit spending, meaning we're spending more than what we are bringing in. And so we wanted to take a look at everything, but do so in a way where we would still maintain cost or even save cost. The information that I'm sharing with you this evening, I do want to let you know that it was shared with our Joint Fiscal Management Committee, or JFMC. It was shared at the August 3rd meeting, and we were going to follow up with them based on the discussion this evening. There we go. So if we look at our current department organization, you can see it's very flat. So there's currently 2 directors, and they oversee all of the staff in the department. The way that it's currently set up, we have a director of budget and finance that pretty much oversees all of the operational tasks, which are the account clerks who handle accounts payable and accounts receivable, as well as the payroll technicians that work on processing payroll. Everyone else reports to the Director 3, which is currently vacant. That staff involves 5 accountants, a position control specialist, an accounting specialist that focuses on attendance, an account clerk that also covers our reception area, as well as both directors currently share a secretary. So you can see that in the business office, even though it's business, it's fiscal, the areas are very different. And the tasks that are done by these individuals are also very different. So for example, if you take a look at the accounting specialist, There's nobody else in that department that does the attendance. And it's not something that you learn even as an accountant. It's completely different. And so we wanted to make sure that as we look at our plan and what the recommendation is, we also take into consideration the fact that sometimes there's, for example, deadlines that overlap. So when you look at accounts payable, accounts receivable, they process 1099s at the end of December. On the payroll side, they're processing W-2s at the end of December. And so really it doesn't make sense that you have them both reporting to the one person when you have the similar deadlines. One of the things that I've noticed in the department is that I would like to see a lot more of just collaboration and regular meetings with other departments. Over the last couple of months, we have really emphasized that with our special education department. We have made it a point to meet every month with special education so that we can just have discussions on what is it that is happening, what costs might be coming up, looking at even positions, looking at one-time cost. And I think it has really benefited us. And I know that if you talk to Jason Ramirez, our executive director of special education, he will tell you the same. I think we benefit, both departments benefit from working closely with one another. And that's something that I would like to see done with more and more departments. The recommendation that we have for this reorganization, I can get my slide to move. There we go. Is that you can see that we provide a lot more growth opportunities. We are focusing on having 2 supervisors. Instead of having 2 directors, having 2 supervisors will really give us that opportunity to focus on specializing the duties. I mentioned the fact that AP and payroll have similar deadlines. And so it's really hard when they're both reporting to the one director that has to oversee both functions. I asked the director that oversees them, how many W-2s were processed this last year? About 5,000 W-2s alone. And then I can imagine there was probably that many, if not more, 1099s for all of our vendors. And so it doesn't make sense that you do that and that they both fall under the same manager. So having an accounting supervisor will really give us the opportunity to have them focus on accounts payable, accounts receivable. When you look at payroll, again, focusing on not only payroll, but bringing in the position control. The position control needs to talk to payroll. They need to be involved in the same discussions, reporting to the same supervisor, which wasn't the case right now. Both of those supervisors would report to only one director now. So we would eliminate the director 2, move that employee to the director 3 position. They would oversee both supervisors, which are highlighted here, and then also oversee the accountants and the attendance specialist. And so the goal is that we hire experts, we hire a payroll expert, we hire an accounting expert. Hopefully we can hire them in-house. Again, I think that would be a win-win, right? Again, promoting and encouraging that growth within the organization. But I think it would really help our technicians and our clerks be able to implement processes to be more efficient. There's going to be more time to be spent one-on-one with the employees, and then also gives us the opportunity to do some more higher level meeting with departments when it comes to the accountant level, as well as the director level positions in the department. So how do we accomplish this and still, maintain the cost? There we go. Here's the cost analysis. 2 new positions, both supervisor 3 levels, 1 in accounting, 1 in payroll, and you can see the salary there. Again, comparing with other districts, this would be very competitive. This would be an entry-level management position, which is, I think, something that is ideal because it's really hard to make the leap from technician accountant level to a director level. So the supervisor is really a position that is critical. and job advancement for employees. In order to accomplish that, we would eliminate the Director 2 position. The recommendation is that you move the current employee to the vacant Director 3 position that would oversee all of fiscal. And then we would eliminate a payroll clerk technician. This position is currently vacant. The position has been vacant since December. As we continue to work through and analyze and we look at efficiencies, for example, one of the things that has actually been implemented as a result of COVID, because I have to tell you that COVID has given us the opportunity to look at our processes and efficiencies. Substitutes. Instead of filling in and completing time cards, we have a frontline system that we're currently utilizing. And so we've added the fact that now there will be stations, Chromebooks set up at each of our sites. Substitute teachers will arrive to their sites. They will scan their badges and the information is transmitted automatically to payroll. So instead of having to deal with the individual time cards of our employees, we're now receiving a file. So very efficient. Again, we went there as during COVID because it was really difficult for staff to deliver things to the district office. They had to mail things, and then there was, things can get lost, signatures missing. And so this is just an automated process that was implemented that is really going to help us. That was implemented September 1st. However, I'm not locked into the fact that it has to be a payroll clerk. If we go through the year, it's really hard to gauge right now because things do look different in business. But if we determine that it's, another position that's similar in the department that becomes vacant or is vacant, I think what matters is the dollar amount. So when you look at this, you can see that by implementing and recommending these 4 items, we would have savings to the general fund. Small savings, but I think this shows that we meet our goal of not increasing our cost, which is something that we wouldn't want to do. And so what is our timeline? So we have job descriptions that we will be sharing with JFMC on Monday, September 14th. That is our next meeting. Then we will take those same job descriptions based on that feedback. And then at the September 22nd board meeting, submit those for review and approval. And if everything is approved, then we would be able to advertise for those positions and HR would be able to do that the very next day. Are there any questions?
I do have a question.
Yes.
When you said advertise, you're talking about in-house as well as outside, right? Or
correct.
In-house.
Correct. I think we could do in-house and out at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But that, definitely is, when you have talent inside and you recognize that, sometimes it's a little easier to see. I think the only concern I would have is that if we only go in-house and then we don't find a candidate, this position has been vacant since July.
Yes.
And so it has created, some struggles in the department because it is a critical position. And so my recommendation would just be to fly in-house and out-house at the same time.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I would just, Suzanne, I would just say, great job. I support efficiency 100%. Have you considered what that efficiency actually looks like when you quantify it as it relates to like hours saved, dollars saved, that sort of thing? Or, I see the savings and that's great, but I'm just thinking about what the efficiency actually looks like as it relates to that.
I know that, like I said, with COVID, we've been asked to do things a little bit differently. So the substitute reporting was another area that we're looking at, and we actually got to see a demo from one of the vendors is for electronic signatures and electronic forms. And so right now, everything is we do things with paper, right? And you mail things and you email things. But we're starting to look at, what could we do with electronic systems and especially electronic signatures, especially when you look at the fact that, teachers are working from home and we still need them to sign attendance reports, and we still need them to sign the weekly engagement reports. And so I think this is hopefully just the beginning. I've implemented electronic systems in other places. It is a change, right? It's different. And so it doesn't happen overnight. So I think at this point, it would be a little hard to quantify exactly what that means, but I think we're going in the right direction. And, you know, as long as we're making progress and becoming efficient, even though there's small steps, we're headed in the right direction.
And then just a quick follow-up. Sometimes, obviously, you know, creating some efficiencies and new technology, be argued that, you know, you're going to decrease the amount of positions and workers, right? So what are we doing to make sure that we don't get to that place? I mean, but there is also something to be said about new technology and efficiency where it opens up new positions, right, that we hadn't already considered. So I guess one of my concerns would be that we, down the line, are getting rid of positions, which means we're, you know, decreasing the amount of employees and folks are losing their jobs. So what are we doing to mitigate that? Have you guys thought about that at all?
Definitely, because I think just as we're looking at processes and things that where we need to become efficient, we're also looking at what are some areas that we don't really have the time to invest in. And I'll tell you that in the business office, monitoring is a big area that, you know what, when it comes down to it, we're putting out fires. And if I can't monitor, whether it's a program or a grant or a budget, you know what, I'll do it next month and I'll do it next month. And so there's a lot of things that can be done along the way. The meeting with school sites, the meeting with departments, additional trainings. You know, we're used to doing, you know, an annual training for secretaries. Well, what about quarterly trainings? And how about, you know, trainings on our new processes and our new efficiencies, and even monthly trainings and doing internal audits? We already know when every year or, you know, twice a year, auditors are going to come visit us. We know what they're looking for. We know those checklists ahead of time. So why not do, you know, monthly ASB audits? Why not do monthly attendance audits? So I have lots of ideas on things that can be done. Yeah. So I wouldn't be concerned about less staff at this time.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Ms. Lopez. That was excellent report, and thank you for your work.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment, Dr. Locke.
Okay, good, Mr. B.
Yeah, I want to thank Susana for bringing this recommendation. I think it's great. Besides the efficiency, and I know with your expertise, you know exactly where to look for efficiency and what to do and what steps to take for that purpose. And I know this looks like a very successful model. So I applaud you for that. And at the same time, besides the efficiency, I think you're creating a way to motivate employees by opening that pathway for employees to move up the ladder through the organization. Because when there is a hole in between the position at a certain level and then the next position up, it's difficult to move up. So employees kind of get discouraged and then they look for a different way. You know, I experienced that myself. For many years ago, I was in a position that I couldn't move up because the gap between one position and the next was so big that I just could not qualify for going to the next position until they did something like you just did, you know, bring some position in the middle where I could move up and then move up to the next one. So I think you are creating that pathway, and I applaud you for that, because that is a great way for giving opportunities to employees, motivating them that if I go there, I know there's a way up. So thank you for that. But of course, the efficiency and you know, the way of doing business in much better way. And with your expertise, I mean, I don't have any doubt that things are going to be successful that way. So thank you again, Susana.
Any other comments? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. We'll move now to item I1A, Memorandum of Understanding, Safe Family Justice Centers and the Riverside County District Attorney's Office with the Moreno Valley Unified School District. Dr. Katsura, can you provide information about this item?
Thank you, Dr. Locke. This is the memorandum of understanding that intends to work together towards the mutual goal of reducing and preventing school violence and providing assistance and education to students and school staff impacted by school-related trauma and or violent incidents. And so this is a model. So the intention of this is to be a model program, a 3-year program that would de-escalate and use outside agencies to support students and families and wraparound services that don't require them to go other places, but to get them here within our district. And it's a very innovative and unique opportunity. And, you know, Dr. Locke, were you going to, are you going to share about the amendment of the MOU?
Yeah, I just made the note that this is as amended, you know, so.
Did you want to share what was amended, or you want me to, or?
Will you share that, please?
Yes. So in the memorandum of understanding, on page 2, it's the roles and responsibilities. Facilitate referrals for further supports for appropriate outside agencies and resources. There was a sentence added that the district attorney's office will not refer for legal reasons other than those bound by mandated reporting, such as CPS.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Katsiora.
Thank you.
Okay. Board members, are any comments or questions?
I'll just say thank you for making that amendment. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the agreement number A-20/21-3545 as amended?
To move.
Second?
I'll second.
Second that. Oh, Johnson. Okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving now to item I-1B, approval of agreement for Sigma Beta Psi and Moreno Valley Unified School District. Dr. Katsiora?
I need to recuse myself before we begin discussion, please. If I can enter into a breakout session, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Yes, you may, Mr. Peden. So.
Did it happen already?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So Dr. Katsiora, can you share information pertaining to this item?
So this is a mentoring agreement between Sigma Beta Psi and the Moreno Valley Unified School District. And this is we update this annually. And this is our annual agreement for the mentoring program that's provided through Sigma Beta Psi at our middle and high schools.
Board, any comments or questions pertaining to this item? Do I have a motion to approve agreement number A-17/18-2549?
I move that we approve agreement number A-17/18-2549.
Do I have a second? I'll second it. And roll call.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I had some questions, but that's okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Oh,
No.
I'm so sorry. I missed that.
No, it's not your fault. I wasn't on the right page, and I saw where three of them.
Okay, let me get back. And before I ask for the motion, is it okay for me to just go back and ask if there are any questions or comments? Mr. Johnson, you have a question?
Yeah, I have one. I said, where are the meetings taking place?
They take place at our middle schools and high schools.
Oh, okay.
They take place at the school.
Student, boys, girls. Yeah, and I have one here. Where does the students come from, the boys and girls? Are they Moreno Valley district, or what is that?
They're from our school district.
Okay, cool. I think that was, I have one other, but I'm not, okay, I'm cool. Thank you. I just didn't know.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask any comments or questions.
No, that's all right.
Okay, we do right now. I have a motion though, by Ms. Smith and seconded by me. So do we have roll call?
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Holguin.
Aye.
Ms. Smith.
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Motion carries 4. Do I do 4-0?
4-1 recuse.
Recuse. Okay, thank you.
And then give me 1 second. Let me bring Mr. Peden back in.
Is he back? Yeah, Daryl's back. Okay. Okay, now we will move to item I1C, approval of the safe school plans. Dr. Katsura, can you share information pertaining to this item?
These are an annual update of the school plan, of safety plans done for each school as required by Ed Code. And every school is required to have one of these. And it details what happens in case of an emergency or the procedures that students take for fire drills or any drill that the school has, or also what they do in the event of some unfortunate incident and how that takes place. It is reviewed with staff, and there's a safety committee at each school, and they work with the school site to approve these.
Okay, board members, any questions or comments pertaining to this item? Okay, if there are not, do I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 Safe School Plans as presented?
Move.
Move.
A second?
I don't know, the first or second, whatever.
I have the motion of Mr. Holguin, and then CJ, would you like to second?
Right. Second. Now we'll do roll call.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now we're moving now to item I2A, student discipline cases. Mrs. Maddox, is your item?
These are the student discipline reentry students to our district.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the actions on student discipline cases as presented?
I'd like to make a motion
to approve the actions on the student disciplinary cases.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, did you second?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Now we're going to move to item I2B, the approval to display science instructional materials. Mrs. Maddox, can you give information pertaining to this item?
Seeking approval to display the science instructional materials. These will be available for review by appointment in the Professional Development Office for the required 14-day period between September 8th, 22nd, prior to recommendation coming before the board. The appropriate subject advisory council evaluated and has recommended these science materials according to board policy and administrative regulations. And it is recommended that the Board of Education approve these materials for public review. They are California Elevate for grades 6-8 from Pearson is the publisher. Walker Physics 2014, Experience Physics 2022, grades 9-12 from Pearson, the publisher. And California Inspire Chemistry for grades 9-12 from McGraw-Hill, requesting approval for public viewing of these science materials.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Board members, any comments or questions?
Is this California Elevate, is that a general science textbook?
Yes, it is.
Because the others say physics, chemistry.
Right.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve the display of science instructional materials as presented?
I'd like to make the motion that we approve it as presented.
Second?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now we're going to move to item I2C, to approve the 2020-21 single plan for student achievement. Mrs. Maddox, can you provide an overview of this item, please?
Requesting approval for the school year, this school year 2020-2021 school plan for student achievements. These are our school plans that are developed and reviewed and submitted by school site councils each year. The purpose of these plans is to create a cycle of continuous improvement of student performance and to ensure that all of our students are reaching academic standards set forth by the board. So would like approval for these school site plans. Please note these plans are posted on our website. So for any parent or really community member, they're there on our website.
Okay, board members, any comments or questions pertaining to this item? Okay, if I have no comments or questions, so I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 single plan for student achievement updates as presented.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Now we're going to move to item I2D, first reading, board policy 6146-1, high school graduation requirements, changes to alternative education. Ms. Maddox, can you share this item with us?
Yes, thank you. The district has been working on updating the board policy 6146.1 regarding high school graduation to bring the district policy not only in alignment with education code, but also to update language per CSBA. This policy also has a change for alternative education students, and that changes to have the students in these alternative ed sites have as their graduation 185 credits. This board policy has been shared with both CSCA and MBA, and I can say that they're supporting the board policy and would like, this is the first reading to bring this back to the board for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Any board members, do you have any questions or comments pertaining to this item?
So this is just changing the requirements for the alternative high schools, not for the comprehensive high schools.
Yes, this is what this is pertaining to tonight.
And how does that compare with the number of credits required for adult ed?
So adult ed, it's actually, you know, I want to say it's 180 or 185. Now they're WASC accredited, and it's for students that go there as adults. So I'm going to verify the credits, Mrs. Smith, but it's in line with that. They're reduced.
Yeah,
they're not the 25.
I know that, and it's my understanding that sometimes when students turn 18, that they choose to move to adult ed because they need less credits.
That's credits.
And then they don't count in our high school graduation rate. So this would help with the improvement in our high school graduation rate by allowing them the same number of credits for alternative education.
Correct, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Uh-huh. Okay, now we know.
Oh, Mr. Johnson, I see you want to say something, and Mr. Holguin also.
No, I was just going to say, Mrs. Smith, I'm impressed. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Holguin, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to I guess it's a question. Doing this aligns with other alternative programs in other school districts, right?
Correct, Mr. Holguin. We have surrounding districts that had this already in place. So it was something that we thought we needed to look at, especially for providing students that attend alternative ed. Generally, you know, those could be students at risk for different reasons. So it was to provide support for them also, like you said, in surrounding districts that have had this in place already.
So we're not doing this just because of the current conditions, right? We could have done this regardless.
Correct. You're correct.
Right. 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 I think that's good. That's a good thing to do. Thank you.
And didn't we, I know we had the alternative ed, but did we also take out the high school exit exam as a graduation requirement?
Yes, Dr. Locke, we did update the language on this board policy. Yes, we did.
Thank you so much for that, but thank you. I think those are, both very important. I think the idea of the credits, adjusting those and then, aligning this with, what we're doing. So, but I thank you. Any other comments or questions? And this is just a first read.
Correct.
Yeah, I have a quick question since it is first read, if I may. What are the potential downsides of this? I mean, obviously I've heard there's obviously some upside, but is there any downside to this? Has anybody given that any thought at all?
I think, when you look at graduation requirements, you always try to look at every aspect of it. But what I can tell you, Mr. Peden, right now for the students that attend our alternative ed sites, there are students at risk they need credit recovery, different reasons for that. So I think this just makes it like the other districts are doing for their alternative ed schools. And I think that we don't want our students leaving our district to attend another alternative ed site. So I think that, as a district, we should consider this and look at that for these students.
And if I can add something, isn't this mainly the electives? We still have the same requirements for like the math and language arts and the sciences. So it's really just taking out those electives. But,
correct, Dr. Locke, it's the electives, so we look at that and instead of 70 electives, they're going down to 30, but this meets the state requirements for graduation. It's way above of what the state requires, which is 130 credits. So we're above that. And also this really even meets A through G if you look at those closely. So I think it's an option for our students. They need to stay with us. I think it's important that we provide whatever services they need here.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, moving now to I3A, approval of the unaudited actuals report for 2019-2020. Ms. Lopez, this is your item?
Yes, and I'm going to share another presentation with you.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, there we go. So this is our unaudited actuals presentation. This represents the closing of the books for the business department. We are presenting to you today all of the cumulative financial information through June 30th of 2020. This information is subject to the annual audit. We actually will be having our independent auditors working with us later this month. Once their analysis and report is completed, then that's when our financials become audited. That information is presented to you in an audit report, either in December or January. This unaudited actuals report filed with the state, and it presents and shows our final revenue expenditure figures, as well as our ending fund balances for all of the funds. And so we will take this opportunity to adopt or to update our beginning fund balances for 2021 with these new ending numbers. Attached to this agenda item was the actual report. It's about 230 pages of detailed activity of all of our funds. And I'm going to attempt to summarize that for you tonight. So first, we're going to get started by looking at our unrestricted general fund. This is our operated fund, and we're going to compare where we were in June at estimated actuals. And so if you recall, the estimated actuals were presented to you with the adopted budget at the June 30th board meeting. And even though that information was presented to you in June, really the bulk of that analysis and projections are are done in May, based on all the different information. And so staff will update where they think we will be on June 30th. And so here's a line by line breakdown of how we compare to estimated actuals now that we have closed the books. And so, for example, if we take a look at that first line, local control funding formula sources, you can see that we estimated 352,492,279. Actual figures came in at 352,585,311, which shows you a variance to the positive of 93,000. So we actually received $93,000 more than what we projected. And you can see the same pattern is done, and you can look at our other state revenues, again, about a 268,000 variance. And then on the local revenues, the number's a little bit higher, 442,000, but that's because most of the local revenues, donations, we don't really recognize until we receive. And so it's very common that your variances will be larger on the local revenue side. So overall, our variance to the unrestricted revenues was 802,000, which represents about less than a quarter percent variance. So usually you want to strive and be able to be at 1 to 2% variance. That is an excellent job. So anytime you can get under 1%, it's just even better. So now when we take a look at our expenditures, you can see that on the expenditure side, we've broken it down by all of the major categories. So the first three are dealing with salaries and benefits, and you can see that variances are very small. Once you get to books and supplies and services and other operating expenses, you can see that the variances are about $1 million. So we, for example, for books projected, we were going to spend 11 million and actually just ended up spending a little under 10 million. This doesn't necessarily mean that there's savings. A lot of it, remember, unaudited actuals is through June 30th. So for example, if we had a large order or there were POs that were open and we received them on July 2nd, they aren't considered a 1920 expense. They are now a 2021 expense. And so this doesn't take into account all of those orders that arrived in July, which could have been the case for a lot of them. Also, you can see that there's this second to last row is other sources and uses. This is where we account for our indirects. So anytime that you have programs or that you receive special grants on the restricted side, we're allowed to charge an indirect cost rate that is set by the state in regards to just the cost of overhead and administrative cost. And so in regards to indirects, we were projecting to receive 4.7 million from the restricted side. We actually received about $200,000 less. That's why you see that in red. However, overall, our expenditures variance was 3.3 million, which represents a 1.06% variance. So again, a really good job on estimating on the expenditure side. The last major category on the unrestricted side has to do with our finance sources, transfers in. These are transfers in from other funds, mainly our Fund 67, which is our self-insurance fund. This is the amount to help offset the cost of the property and liability payment. You can see very small variance because we pretty much have a lock-in on that dollar amount. The transfers out, this is the dollar amount that is for the transfer to Fund 9 for the charter school. And you can see again, the estimates were really close. And then the contributions mainly are just only special education and routine repair maintenance. And you can see that the variance there was about $1 million, but again, to our favor. So we were projecting to have contributions of almost 62 million. However, the contributions ended up being 61. Now we will take a look at the restricted side. And on the restricted side, you can see that this is where all of our grants, our programs, our local, our learning loss mitigation funds, they all come in on restricted. These are monies with a purpose. You have to spend it on specific items. So there's no local control funding formula sources because attendance does not generate revenues for the restricted side. On the federal revenue, you can see that the projection was to receive over 29 million. That number came in about 26.5 million. It doesn't mean that this was money that we had to give back or money that we lost. The way that most federal revenues work is that they are not earned until you spend them. And so if money was not spent, if the expenditures did not take place, again, because maybe items weren't received until July or later, we wouldn't be able to recognize the revenues. The revenues would be recognized in the new fiscal year 2021. On the state revenues, you can see there's a big variance here, and this has an explanation, and we knew that this was going to happen. What happens is that there's actually it's SB 90, not SB 98. I have double checked the number. But SB 90 requires that school districts recognize the contributions made by the state of California to CalSTRS on behalf of your school district for your employees. It's an accounting entry. There's no new state revenue. There's no added expenditures. However, in our ledgers and in our books, we have to book expenditures and we have to book revenues, even though we never see that money. We had booked a $16.2 million entry at estimated actuals, but as a result of SB 90, we were required to book an additional $5.4 million on state revenues, as well as on STRS expenditures. And so you're going to see a variance similar to that size on the next slide. Overall, our revenues were still $2.8 million, which is a 3.74% variance, slightly higher than what we like to see, but we know the reason why. And so I think that's the most important thing is to know where that variance came from. So here on the expenditures, you can see that, again, salaries, certificated and classified, really close. So our estimates are really good, which really says a lot for the people that are, again, calculating these projections, because they're looking at just tens of thousands of rows, line item by line item, when they're making these estimates. On the employee benefits, you can see that $5.2 million expenditure higher than what we projected, again, as a result of that STRS on behalf entry that we had to do. And then books, services, capital outlay, you'll see the larger variances here. Again, this is not money that was lost. These are all grants. And so a lot of it was just things were not received, or we thought we were going to be able to spend the money and we didn't spend it. But overall on total expenditures, $2.2 million variance, which equates to a 1.56% overall change. And then lastly, on the restricted side, you can see our financing sources, and this is the offset to the contributions. So we saw the contributions earlier on the unrestricted side, and these are the same exact numbers, almost a $1 million contributions less than what we projected in June. So what does this mean? This is probably one of the most important slides because this shows you the variance overall. So when you look at the unrestricted fund balance, we were projecting to end the year on June 30th with $85.3 million. Now that we've closed the books, that number is $90.3 million, $5 million better than what we projected. On the restricted side, anticipating 6.9 million, ended the year with 11 million, which represents a $4 million variance. So if we're going to be off, it's better to have more money than less. And so this is all a good sign. So we'll take this information and we're going to update our multi-year projections. At the 45-day budget presentation on July 21st, I presented to you multi-year projections. And so what I have done now is I have simply updated the 1920 column with our unaudited actuals information. And then we've carried forward when we talked about we're going to update the beginning balances. This is what we do. We're simply updating the balances, not looking at revenues and expenditures in the out years, only making adjustments to that. So for 1920, again, we thought we were going to end with 85 million. We're going to end with 90 million. We will carry that forward to 2021. Deficit spending by 14.6 million. That hasn't changed. Our ending balance will be 75.7 million, which will carry forward to 21-22. Deficit spend by about 20 million. Our ending fund balance of 55.8 million at the end of 21-22. We will carry that forward to 22-23 and are projecting at this time, based on the information that we have today, that we will have an ending fund balance of 16.5 million in 22-23. The good news is that if you recall at the 45-day budget presentation, we were a little bit under the 3% required reserve. Now the 3% reserve continues to be 14.1 million. So now we are about $2.5 million above a 3% required reserve, which is good news. Also, as a part of our closing the books, I know all of the emphasis is always placed on the unrestricted and restricted funds because that's our general fund. That's where most of our operational costs come out of. But we do have a number of other funds, and this slide shows you what those balances are, or as when we close the books. The Charter School Fund, Adult Ed Fund, Child Development Fund. This is our preschool fund. That's a grant program. And so we spend the money that's allocated to us. And so it's common to see an ending fund balance of 0. You can see our cafeteria fund, our building fund, Fund 21. This is Measure M, ending the year with $45 million. Our capital facilities fund, developer fees, as well as CFDs. County School Facilities Fund, this is all of your state funded projects, Fund 35. The Special Reserve Fund of Fund 40 is the money that is being used for Moreno Elementary School. And then the next 3 funds, 49, 51, and 52, all have to do with your CFDs and your bond payments. And then Fund 67, or Self-Insurance Fund for Property and Liability, as well as the previous workers' comp claims. And so as we continue to look at the 2021 outlook, just some things that, you know, we think about on a daily basis is our lower enrollment is we are very similar to every school district, I believe, in Riverside County, as well as districts throughout the state. Probably as a result of COVID, but lower enrollment than what districts were projecting, especially in the kindergarten grade level. Also need to take into account that we have learning loss mitigation funds, which are ending on December 30th. We also do not have an unknown impact of transitioning back to in-person instruction. We have an unknown end date of COVID-19 pandemic. And so, you know, as Dr. Kidzura was walking you through the slides about PPE, how many disposable masks do you buy? How long do we continue to buy all the additional protective personal equipment? And then we also have the federal and state economy, because what happens at the federal and state level definitely has an impact on school finances. And so there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of unknowns. And so I think we just need to continue to look at information, receive information, and to just continue to update based on the information that we have. And that's all we really can do at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So the next steps is at the next board meeting, I am going to be presenting to you a Learning Loss Mitigation Fund spending update. I had shared some information with you, I believe it was in July or August, about all the funds that we were receiving. And so now when you were at the school sites, you see that those funds are being spent. And so we want to walk you through how those funds are being spent and what the plan is for the remaining of those funds, because the intent is to spend every dollar and not have to give anything back on December 30th. And then sometime in either September or October, we're still continuing to explore the tax and revenue anticipation notes, the trans resolution. Now that we've closed the books, we are now focused on looking at our cash flow and looking to see if we can get closer or be able to project exactly what that dollar amount will be and when the money will be needed. Because again, you don't want to borrow too much money and you don't want to borrow too soon because that can have impacts, but you don't want to wait and then run out of money either. And then December 15th will be our first interim financial report, which will be our first snapshot at the 2021 year, where we will be taking a look at actual information through October 31st. And with that, are there any questions?
Man.
Okay, do board members have any questions or comments? Okay, if you don't, do I have a motion?
I just have a quick question.
Yes,
just one quick question.
Yes.
Susana, when you look at the multi-year projection, you explained that the numbers went up probably because there were some orders that didn't come on time, or you're paying on the new year. So my question is, if in the multi-year projection you made those adjustments, are they reflected in the new year?
So they're not reflected right now, because what will happen is those adjustments will typically come from carryover. So at this point in time, we have not changed 2021 or any of the out years expenditure information. Now that we've closed the books, we have carryover, which will be reallocated, and that's where those expenditures would come from. And so it's at that time when we make the adjustments that you would be able to see both sides of it.
Got it. Got it. So for now, we're good for the next 3 years.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. That was my question.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the 2019-2020 unaudited actuals report as presented?
I move that we approve the 2019-2020 unaudited actuals report as presented.
Okay, a second?
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Make sure I have a motion by Mrs. Smith and a second by Mr. Holguin.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I second it. Oh, wait.
No, we're good, roll call.
Oh, roll call. Yeah. Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
Aye.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, moving now to agenda item number I3B. Consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-21-08 entitled Resolution of Intention of the Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District to establish Community Facilities District number 2020-1 of the Moreno Valley Unified School District, and to authorize the levy of special taxes within Community Facilities District number 2020-1 of the Moreno Valley Unified School District. Ms. Lopez, can you share information about this item?
Yes, and I'll actually share information about the next 3 items, because then I believe we have a procedural guide that will walk us through all 3 of them. So these 3 resolutions are all in relation to CFD, or Community Facilities District 2020-1. This is the documents, or these are the documents that would establish the community facilities districts. They would also authorize the levy of annual taxes associated with the CFD. A reminder, this is a joint effort with Eastern Municipal Water District, EMWD. The second resolution would be the approval to incur bond indebtedness not to exceed $6.5 million. So this would authorize the sale of those bonds. The repayment would come from the special taxes that are levied within this CFD 2020-1. And then we also have a resolution that would approve and order the recording of the boundary map. And so if you take a look at, this CFD is located on Alessandro between Oliver and Moreno Beach Boulevard. Moreno Beach Drive, I'm sorry.
Okay, are there any questions or comments on these? I think I still need to take them item by item for board approval though. So
That's
going
correct,
back,
Dr. Locke.
yeah. So do I have a motion to approve? Wait, first to making sure, board members, do you have any questions or comments pertaining to these items? Okay, so we'll move now. Do I have a motion to approve, resolution number 2020-21-08 as presented? A second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Mr. Johnson,
All right.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Okay, now moving on to the agenda item, I3C, which is consideration and adoption of the resolution number 2020-21-09, entitled Resolution of Intention of the Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District to incur bonded indebtedness in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $6,500,000 within proposed community facilities district number 2020-1 of the Moreno Valley Unified School District. If there's any questions, if there's not, do I have a motion to approve this resolution? 2020-21-09.
So moved.
Second,
Second that.
roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. And moving now to the agenda item I3D, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2020-21-10, entitled Resolution of the Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District approving and ordering the recording of a boundary map of proposed community facilities district number 2020-1 of the Moreno Valley Unified School District. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
roll call.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Okay, I'm moving now to item I3E, resolution number 2020-21-17, establishing appropriations limit pursuant to Article 13-B of the California Constitution. Ms. Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locke. This GAN resolution is an annual requirement. The GAN form is part of our unaudited actuals report. It's actually page 186 and that 230-page document. With the GAN certification, we have to certify that we are within the allowable GAN limit, which means that every year there's a calculation that is done where you need to meet and be able to certify that your growth of expenditures is within the allowable limits. Those allowable limits are adjusted for inflation and your population. And so the GAN does require a separate resolution, and we are happy to report that we are within the allowable GAN limit for 1920.
Board member, any questions or comments? Okay, do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-17 as presented?
I'll move to approve resolution number 2020-21-17 as presented.
Okay, second,
I'll second it.
roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Moving now to I3F, resolution number 2020-21-19 of the Board of Education of the Moreno Valley Unified School District approving certificate of compliance and school fee appeal/protest procedure. Ms. Lopez, can you share information pertaining to this?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locke. This information is in regards to the Certificate of Compliance form, or a COC form. This is a form that's completed when developer fees are collected. There were changes in California law earlier this year that became effective. And so at this time, we are asking for this form to be revised so that we can be in compliance. And so the changes in the COC form that are highlighted would reflect the changes in the law, and the revised language would follow the language in the government code section 65852.2F.
Okay. Board members, any questions or comments pertaining to this item? Okay, do I have a motion to approve resolution number 2020-21-19 as presented?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Moving now to I4A, provisional internship permit for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. Verdi, can you share information about this item?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locke. This actually pertains to the employee that's listed on our board agenda. She did not become intern eligible to teach with us by August the 10th, which was the start of the school year. And that had to do with all the closures that were happening because she couldn't take the CSET by that point. So the state has allowed for us to grant these extensions for folks who may have been affected by that and unable to take the CSET. And we expect her to become fully intern eligible by November or December, when the next round of CSET testing is available. So by approving this item, we're allowing her to kind of bridge her time with this internship, this pre-internship qualification, until she can take the exams that she needs.
Thank you so
What
much.
is she teaching?
Sorry?
What is she teaching?
She's teaching art, Ms. Smith.
Okay.
So Dr. Verdi, if we I'm sorry. If we wait, she can still test and still be eligible to be hired or something, right?
As an intern. So this is a
Yes,
provisional
yes.
internship, and then she would take the CSET to get her full internship as she's finishing her credential. So it's an intermediary step until she can test.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good deal then. That's not so bad. Yeah.
And the state has given us some extensions on timelines because of the closures to help mitigate things like this.
Good. All right.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, motion to approve the provisional internship permit for the 2020-21 school year as presented.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve it.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Moving now to I4B, variable term waiver for the English learner authorization CLAD and the bilingual learner authorization B CLAD for the 2020-21 school year. Dr. Verdi?
Thank you, Dr. Block. So the three teachers that are impacted by this, they're newer teachers, and they're currently working on their authorizations to be fully B-CLAD or CLAD certified. One of them is a CTE teacher for animation. And then we have two DLI teachers that are new teachers that are just, again, transitioning into a credentialing program to get this piece of the requirement covered. So by approving this waiver tonight, similar to the previous item, we're allowing these three employees to have a little bit more time to finish up the part of the credential that requires the CLAD or the B-CLAD.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Verdi. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the 2020-21 school year variable waiver request for the English learner authorization CLAD and bilingual learner authorization B CLAD as presented?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Holguin,
Aye.
Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Peden,
Aye.
Dr. Locke.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Moving now to I4C, approve the third addendum to employment contract of Dr. Martin Rex Ketziora, Superintendent of Schools. Dr. Verdi, can you share information about this item?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locke. So as you mentioned, this is the third addendum to the superintendent's contract. This is an annual item that comes about every year upon the completion of the evaluation process that the school board oversees for Dr. Ketziora. And when he does receive a positive evaluation, what this item does is part of the contract. It allows for the board to offer a 1-year additional contractual time period to his term of employment, as well as an increase in compensation. So the board tonight is approving the addendum for those two pieces of his contract.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Verdi. Do board members have any questions or comments?
I have a point of discussion, and this shouldn't be taken as a negative. I want to support this, Dr. Kedziora's contract. However, I do think we need to have a discussion as it relates to that, as it relates to our budget. We are on out years looking at barely getting to our reserve requirements. Early on when COVID started happening, teachers committed, our teachers in our district and our workers committed to not taking raises. And so it's my view that we've established that very early on in this COVID crisis and this health pandemic that we weren't going to be doing raises. So I think just as a point, I think as a principle, we need to look at this as the same. And I think we should be approving his contract extension without the cap salary increase. So I will put a motion on the table to approve this item with an amendment to remove the 3% salary increase until we get out of COVID, and then we can revisit it.
I think it's part of his contract that the 3% is in there as an automatic as part of his employment contract. I don't think that we can do that. Plus, when you look at the salaries of superintendents in surrounding districts, he is paid much less than most of them, certainly less than a superintendent in a district of this size is paid. So I'm not in favor of taking that.
Yeah. And in addition to that, if I were to judge, I would judge him by his peers and not about the folks that report to him. Now, I know people are people, but some of us have 8 to 5 jobs, 5 days a week. But then there's some others that have 8-day-a-week jobs. So I would not agree to put his salary up against or with other folks who make less than the superintendent does. So to me, that's totally different. The work is totally different. The pay is different. The commitment is different. Everything is different there.
If I can add
I think that I mentioned this when we were discussing his evaluation. I said, I don't mind the 3% increase because he's underpaid compared to other superintendents. Yeah. And I think that was the time to talk about this.
Yeah.
Okay. I need a point. I have a couple comments I want to say too, but do I need to act on that motion?
There's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, do we need to do before?
Dr. Locke, there is a motion, but you still can continue to ask. And then once everybody's given their input, then you can continue with that motion and ask for a second.
So we still make our comments and then
correct.
Daryl's motion. Okay, got it.
Correct.
Okay. Well, mine is basically the same as, it's my understanding too that Dr. Kids, when we give, we have step and column for teachers, so every year they get another year of experience, they move up on the salary schedule. Am I correct, Dr. Verdi?
That is correct, Dr. Locke.
And so Dr. Kaziora does not have that, you know, and my understanding is too, but I need correction on this too, that when we give the raises, you know, he's not automatically given that raise, is he? Or is this his only raise is his 3%?
That's correct. So when we had our last raise as employee groups, Dr. Kaziora did not take an increase at that time. He usually waits for the part of his contract for the evaluation to take place, and that's what's tied to the superintendent's compensation. So he has not taken raises when the units or the management team have.
No, that's what I just want to clarify, because, you know, as we know, every year of experience, they move up, you know, and especially when you look at our certificate, and very well earned. You know, I know Dr. Kaziora, and I know the time, but like, you know, Susan, this is part of his contract, you know. I think I really believe, you know, that we need to honor that. And I believe that we're not going to find anybody that works more than 24/7, you know. It's always on call. Even when he's on vacation, he's working. And we all know that. We've all contacted him when he's on vacation, and he continues to do the work, you know. So that's my comment. So if anybody else has something, then we'll take action on Mr. Peden's motion. Is there any other comments before we take action on that motion?
I would just say that if we're going to treat our teachers one way, we should be treating all employees, especially our highest paid employee, that way as well. If our teachers are not getting raises, then the highest paid employee in this district should not be getting a raise, given where we are in the health pandemic. I understand your arguments. It's not that I disagree. It's just for me, I see it as an inconsistency that we are entering in. But I'll just rest my point there.
But if I'm thinking, we didn't, with the teachers, you know, we didn't deny the raise. That was part of, they got the raise. When was that, last year or something? And we did the health benefits.
That's right.
You know,
we continue to get step and column. We haven't frozen step and column or anything like that. Everybody continues to move over on the salary schedule and move down. And I would think the vast majority of the teachers in our district are making more this year than they were last year.
If we would have entered into bargaining, I'm sure that our teachers would have exited with a raise. So at the end of the day, that discussion and that negotiation resulted in our teachers not getting raises because they saw that we were in the middle of a health pandemic and we cannot afford it. And everybody came together and said, that's what we're going to stand by. So anyhow, I obviously not getting anywhere. So, but I just made my point. I'll leave it at that so we don't keep.
Okay, well, we will take action on your motion. You did make a motion, Mr. Pena. Will you repeat your motion, please?
My motion on the table is to amend what we currently have in what the action item is, to amend it and remove to approve the contract with removing the 3% raise for his current salary.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Do I have a motion to approve the third addendum to the employment agreement with Dr. Martin Rex Ketziora as presented?
So moved.
Second, please.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Point of discussion.
Yes.
I support, I just want to make it public. I support Dr. Ketziora, your extension of your contract. I will be voting no, not because I don't think you deserve to be extended on your contract, but because of the salary, I'm having an issue with this raise issue. So that's why I will be voting no on this.
Okay. Did we do roll call?
No. Roll calls next, Dr. Long.
Okay, Clyde, roll call, please.
So I have a motion. It was moved by Mr. Holguin, second by Mrs. Smith. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Holguin?
Aye.
Ms. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Peden?
No.
Dr. Locke?
Aye. Motion carries 4-1. Okay, now we're moving, and I do want to note everybody that it is time, it's 10:23. You know, we are, by our board bylaws, we end at, at 10:23 unless we take an extension. We can actually, I know everyone has a lot they want to say at the end, but either cut our comments, or if we're willing to cut our comments and be out at 10:30, we don't have to ask for more time. So can I have a short discussion on that?
I'm willing to cut my comments, Dr. Locke. I just have one quick comment for the future agenda item, but I don't need to have a comment at the end, so don't worry about me.
I'm sorry, you know what? I actually, thank you. I skipped that item.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't realize that either.
No, I'm sorry. I went right to the end. Sorry. Okay. So let me go really quick for that then. Future agenda items.
Yeah, just real quick. A couple thoughts during the meeting today. I'd just like to see, and I'm sure it's coming up in a report because we talked about it a little bit today as it relates to student engagement, kind of bring to the board exactly what that looks like. Unless I miss it, I don't think that we've dived into that yet, but I know we've discussed it a little bit. And then also I saw some changes as it relates to the grab and go lunches. Like to see exactly how that's going as it relates to how many young people are actually getting fed and any gaps or anything, because I saw that we made a change. So I'm just curious.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on those? I'm sorry, I skipped right to the end thing. Okay, now I'm going to move to, if it's okay with my colleagues, are we willing to bypass the closing comments and be out of here at 10:30? Anybody against that? I see Jesus was nodding his head yes. Daryl said, Susan. Mr. Johnson, are you okay with us because of time? You okay with that? Okay.
I have nowhere to go tomorrow, and I have nothing else to do tonight except go to bed around 2 o'clock. So
okay.
I'm
Okay.
cool.
Dr. Kitzior, are you okay with the closing comments? Okay, so without any further business, to come before the Board of Education, this meeting is adjourned at 10:25. Thank you so much. Good meeting. Thank you.